big topic now. You're talking about raising the water bill in the hospitality tax thing. You may have a bunch of people for that too, because that's when the city gives out money to different organizations that works in the city. So I mean, different organization that provides a service to the city. So like like the museum and places like that. Just give them some money. So we're bringing tourists. Mm-hmm. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, they got different. Got additional tax that in the city that you wouldn't have in the county. They pay a city like a property tax in the city. But it kind of offsets because if you live in the county, your water bill rate is higher than if you live in the city. So it's a real nice parts of the city. What the plan is?
I don't know. It stopped. I didn't mash the button. Let me give you the key and give it to Grady and tell him to go check it. Because I wasn't mashing the key.
Okay, that's what I was talking about. Maybe she's trying to get in or something. Just start. You can
Oh,
hear
that
it.
was my part.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, ma'am. That's your
Oh,
part.
okay. Well, let me give you the key, Miss Harris, and ask Grady to check it for me, okay? Hold on one second. I'm going to give you
Okay.
the key.
Yes, ma'am.
What the plan is like towards the end of the year, send it to the BCS class. And by the time you turn 20, you can go into the county and you can be finished around next year or something. That's the plan right now.
Often. How are you? Oh, sorry. You should have answered the phone.
You call, I answer.
Not then,
Are
girl.
you nuts?
Some stuff's off limits. I appreciate you answering me.
didn't have to do 90 to get here then. So I would have to do 90 on the interstate to get here then.
Were you different? Were you
Atlanta?
different?
No, I was out of town. I was coming back into town this morning.
Caught a cold down there.
I've had this bronchitis. I got to go over to the clinic. I cannot get rid of it. It will not go away.
Do what you gotta do. When you gotta do it.
Okay, Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rickman,
Here.
Mr. McDowell, Mr. Duval,
Present.
Ms. Devine,
Here.
Mr. Davis.
Here.
Mayor Benjamin.
Here.
Because, Ed's not here, that means we can't return thanks.
One of us can do it.
I know, I said this because he's not here.
Oh.
I guess that's when you use the double negative, people. I apologize. Ms. Devine, would you like to return thanks? Brooklyn Baptist Church.
Sure will. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful day. Thank you for all of us sitting around this table and those who couldn't be here yet. And please focus our intent on the betterment of our city and for the citizens that we serve. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. All right. Thank you.
Mayor Benjamin, I ask if council would adopt the agenda and recognizing that we adopt the agenda for the budget workshop as well as the evening meeting. And we can do it again tonight if you would like to.
So moved.
This is adopting the agenda
Second.
with the amendments stated.
With amendment.
Yes, sir.
It's right here.
I apologize.
Moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? With the previous question, clerk call roll.
Aye. Let me abstain.
I just,
What is it?
adoption.
Oh, all right. Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Here. Aye.
All right. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you all for indulging us to start earlier as we delve into another budget workshop. We're getting close. We made some progress since last time, but I will say at the onset of this meeting, it's going to be a challenging meeting, and I know you all will get through it and give us some good direction. You see the word final a couple of places on a few items, and we are hoping to get to the point to make some final decisions, obviously, about budget options and scenarios. We'll start with the hospitality tax fund. Ms. Missy Kaufman, Budget and Program Management Director, will take us through most of the items, at least introducing most of the items, and then she'll hand off to staff members and or council members. I know Mr. Duval has a proposal we've looked at as staff, and I know he wants the opportunity to discuss for item 1, the hospitality tax fund.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Glad to be back here another day with folks. We have, as Ms. Wilson mentioned, a lot still to discuss, and confident we will get there together. We've included in the agenda packet today was just 2 budgets for discussion, even though there's 4 topics. The first things that we do want to cover with you today is the hospitality tax. The second, third item is water, sewer, and stormwater rate studies. We've got the different rate scenarios for council to consider. Representatives from Black and Beach will be here to go over those presentations. There's no budget changes with those. Those are the budgets are pretty much based on either of the scenarios, and then the general fund discussions. Again, starting with the hospitality tax budget, and again, I want to make sure that we point out that even as we continue to go through our budget deliberations, as we continue to work on the budget and work to bring the budget into balance, that we keep a mindful eye on those obligations, immediate needs, and wants that have been discussed and reviewed as we go along through the budget process. And of course, vision statement, focus areas, and the 5 goals associated with the adopted action plan. First off is the hospitality tax budget. A copy of the budget was included in the budget memo that was attached to the agenda. If you would like to reference that as we go through our discussions. The proposed budget is $11.4 million. That is an increase of $300,000, or about 3% over the approved budget. The increase is actually larger than that, but last year's budget reflected more use of fund balance. So it shows, it's not as big as an increase if you look at the total budget. But if you look on the first section where it just talks about revenues, the actual revenue projections coming in, that's about a 5.7% increase. We're still seeing a fairly steady growth in our hospitality tax collections. Coming through with the budget at this point, the only commitments that are being made with regards to allocations to external groups would be those things that are allocations for multi-year commitments. Those would be things that City Council has already approved as commitments for future years. Those total $327,000. Next, we have the committee allocation and the which makes up the allocations typically allocated by or recommended for allocation by the Hospitality Tax Committee, and then those groups that are considered line item agencies. We put some background information in the memo with regards to what those make up. Line item agencies being some historical agencies that the city either had involvement in developing or creating the organization. We have some ownership of the assets, such as we maybe own the building of the facility, or we have some contractual arrangements that were long-standing prior to the existence of the hospitality tax. And so those groups were sectioned out in what we refer to as line item agencies. They are still subject to the same review as all other groups that receive funding from hospitality tax. They're still subject to the same requirement for providing information, providing an application, providing details of their expenditures. The only difference being is that the committee does not review those applications for consideration unless they are asking for something that is above and beyond what is part of their line item amount. We've showed those in the budget this year as flat. Those are that's purely just a matter of whether it's up to council as to whether or not to increase those line item agencies or the committee allocations each year. We just show it as flat just in order to be able to demonstrate the implications on the budget. There are groups that I believe have requested increases. I don't have those increases now, but I believe Ms. Gober could provide those if those are needed. Going down, and then the same is true for the committee allocations. We just show a flat allocation amount. The committee does meet this week to review the applications. So that is one reason why we're asking for council to make some decisions today with regards to Hospitality Tax Committee, so that they know what they are going forward with regards to their review process. Next, we also have indicated that we have a request in the increase in the transfer of the general fund in the amount of $700,000. That increase is based on a couple of different programs that have been added into the general fund budget for 17-18. The staffing and operations for those greenways. Staffing meaning primarily the park rangers, so they serve as both a safety and review role, but as much as they are for maintenance and a presence on the greenways. And then, of course, they're operational. There's some capital expenses and some other operating expenses.
Are you looking to put more money towards that? Because, the greenway out of the penny is dependent on us paying for the park rangers and the maintenance.
Right, you're referring to like Gills Creek? Right. We have not put anything in.
And the extensions, as well as the saluted extension, et cetera.
It wouldn't be open next year, though, would it?
Huh?
It wouldn't be open next year, though, would it?
I think the Riverside will, Gills Creek won't.
Saluda will.
Yeah, this is for Saluda and Vista. But Gills Creek, we decided, right, it would be more of an 18, 19 at that point.
Yeah.
So that amount would increase, but yeah, it's not.
We need to be reflective of it and also looking at, as we talked about, is putting some money away, create a reserve.
Right. Exactly, and that's what we're getting to next. So just to sort of wrap up the hospitality tax discussion, then we'll turn it over for specific councils members' recommendations or proposals. The other parts that we've included is we have included some funding towards some of the walk bike initiatives. We know there's a number of initiatives that are interested and have been discussed. And then, of course, the maintenance of the major thoroughfares discussion, program. That's a impact that is being seen right now, but in order to sustain that program, looking to fund the continuation of that program through this transfer.
What about, I guess this is in general, I'll wait.
Okay. And of course, the debt service, there's no real change in the debt service amount in the, in the hospitality tax budget. It's budgeted at 2.5, right at 2.6 million. Of course, that covers two different, bonds that were issued out of the hospitality tax bond, all of which support, hospitality-related, infrastructure, and capital projects. So with that, I believe you all have in front of you information that has been proposed by one of your colleagues with regards to changes to how like hospitality tax is allocated.
Do they?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. It's in front.
You want me to speak?
Just turn it over, unless the mayor has other comments to make.
Okay. The allocation of the H-Tax was a major item as I came on council a year ago, and I got heavily involved with three major areas at that time, the Vista, the City Center, and Five Points, trying to figure out a way to even up the distribution or get the distribution right in those particular three areas and others. And the more I thought about it, the more I thought that maybe we should come up with a higher tiered system like the line items that are listed here, the big ones, the Museum of Art, Music Festival, Adventure and all. Put more of the items up there so that the council would have a more direct hand in allocating those particular monies to continuing substantial organizations that we know are doing H-Tax qualified projects year after year after year, bringing in people to the community. So I doodled on my computer using the final spreadsheet from last year and came up with a, just off the top of my head, suggestion of organizations that would move up into a council allocation. I sent it to Tamika, and she was interested in it, and I think Steve has looked at it also. It's an interesting concept, and as I began to talk about this, John Whiteside came to me and said that he had done a study for the mayor in 2013 that would do essentially the same thing. And I think that's the thing that you have in your packet is that this is John Whiteside's Whitehead, way of doing it, which is essentially the same thing I wanted to do, is to break it up into a higher classification, then another group that would be more supervised by the committee. And talking with Sam and others, I think we might need to put a third category in there for new and innovative projects that may need funding through the H-Tax, so that we don't allocate all of our money to continuing projects. We allow for new projects to be brought to the council and to the city. So that's sort of what I suggest that the council do. I don't think we have time to implement all of this year, but maybe we could go through the committee process and then let the committees, after they put their recommendation, move them up to city council to make the final decision. It's always our final decision, but move some of these larger groups up to the city council to make the final determination on the allocation before the committee allocates the lower groups.
And you know, the committee meets next week.
Yes.
So I think that's important because what I would not like to see is a committee go through 2 or 3 days of interviews and then allocating, and then the only way we get the money to increase or do anything else is by taking money away from the committee. I mean, the only thing I could see is maybe we would hold back some money that they would not allocate. Otherwise, you know, we run the risk of reducing.
Could they give us a suggestion and not, not a
an
firm
amount.
allocation? What if the committee?
Well, they always give us recommendations.
Yeah.
And the bad part is when
Have
it
to
comes,
move it around?
Well, when it comes to us, it becomes public record, so then everybody sees what the committee recommended, and then when we go in, if we're going to allocate any additional money to another group, then you've gotta take that money from somewhere, and then people say, well, the committee recommended me to get this, and, you know, so it becomes not just a political issue, but really, you know, somewhat bad faith the committee feel, or the agencies will feel if money is taken away. So I would say if we're gonna do anything like this, think about maybe what we funded these groups at in the past, and then at least ask for a certain amount to be set aside and not allocated by the committee, so that if we increase whatever the committee gives,
Well, so theoretically, we're talking about moving other organizations up as line items, or for council to discuss them each year? Is that what?
I don't know if I'd call them line items, but I'd call them council
council
decisions.
funded, council funded.
If you look at the thing, if you use the list that I proposed, and I don't have any claim that this is the perfect list, but I had to allocate, if you use the same amount they got final last year, it was $5,036,000. That would be in those groups. So maybe we could tell the committee to withhold 5.5, 5.5, or something like that, to give us a little leeway, maybe 5.25.
So, let me ask you this.
Committee
So
only
we're
gives two
actually-
point five.
Five what?
Committee only gives
Yeah,
two
they usually-
point five.
And that's
Well,
what-
this includes the line items and the.
So I guess
So
the
the question is, how much money does the committee get at the end if we went through this?
2.1, I think.
If we went through this analysis, this new analysis, how much?
If we went, they would, the committee would have a little over $400,000 if you use the lineup of larger items
Took
that I
them out,
had.
took them out, so they determined where $500,000 is gonna go?
Yeah,
So you're talking about, are we talking about 2 tiers?
2 tiers.
Okay, all right. Excuse me. The 2 tiers with those persons who have, that we've already,
It's groups that.
what does that creative, where does that creative box?
Well, it's not on here. We would have to put a box in there for creative. It would come under the committee, I would think, though.
You have to add a box for Harbison.
Yeah,
There is
that's
no
right.
box for Harbison. They haven't gotten a dime.
Don't mention that.
No, it's realistic. I mean, they're,
Hospitality district.
yeah, they generate a huge amount.
They do. They generate a huge amount.
And so we need to be conscious of that. You know, I guess in this discussion is at what point do you top out? You know, when does an agency top out?
And that's something I think the council needs to decide. Is there a formula that we could make on deciding how much of an operation we're gonna fund? We give, one on the top is Columbia Museum of Art, $816,000. How do we know that that is an appropriate amount?
I mean, when does a group reach a point where they're more self-sustaining and you reduce the amount so that you can create new opportunities? Because you're gonna max out at a certain point, and so how do you create that new category to help other groups grow? At some point, you gotta be sustainable, you know, and you can't continue to grow up and up, and then, you know, I don't know the answer to it, but I mean, we need to create some kind of balance.
I think, you know, that's always been my point, and I think you're right to some extent. The question is, how does the process now allow new organizations to come to the table? And who out there is depending solely on what we give them? And you know, the funding technically is not guaranteed, but everybody makes a pretty good case for what they get.
And I was gonna agree with Ed. I mean, I think that that's maybe where you allocate a certain amount and say it is for new ideas. You still let a committee go through that process, but then, because the problem the committee has had is not that they don't wanna fund new groups, but because of the limited funds that they have and the expectation of the groups that have always been funded, they've not really had a lot of money to start new groups. And they have entertained new groups. but probably not to the level that some of us would like to see, and it's because of their limited funds. So if we set aside an amount and said, 500,000 or whatever it is, this amount is for new groups, new ideas, and then that way it doesn't feel like those are competing with the established groups that have been there. The other point I wanted to make, and I don't know the answer either, but the argument is kind of a double-edged sword. You get to the point where there are groups and you say, okay, when do they top out? When do we reduce our amount to them so that we can fund other groups? And then some of those groups would also say, but, we want to grow as well. And, we've been successful at utilizing the dollars that y'all are giving us so that we bring in more people. We're growing our agency. We're growing our events or whatever. And, like 5 Points, I know, that's been the conversation with them before is, are they a victim of their own success because they end up doing so well? But if we reduce the money that we give them, are they going to still be able to function on the level that they've been functioning because they continue to do more advertising and other things? So I don't know the answer, but I think we have to look at it both ways as allowing, looking at a formula to say you're doing well and, you graduated out, maybe our amount should only be a certain percentage of the event's budget. But we also want to recognize that if we've got groups that are doing well and they're contributing to the increase in the pot, that 5%, Missy, you said, whatever the pot is increasing, we don't want to penalize them either.
Well, the question comes down to is we talk about them increasing it. Is that an increase from their events, or is that an increase because we got more restaurants and more people eating out? I mean, we've had a significant growth in restaurants, and that's the collection point. I mean, I think some people can show economic drive that's helped bolster that, but we'll also have to look at it the other way. Just because an event is here doesn't mean that it's the main reason there. It's also that our footprint is growing. So, we really need at some point a way to look at the organizations and their growth and how we support that. I mean, that's what this money's for, is to support that growth, but how do we do it and how do we make sure that it is doing what we want? It's increasing the traffic, getting more people to come to town and spend more money so that, it's just like the convention center. If y'all remember when we started this thing, the convention center's focus was smaller groups and gatherings, and most of it was church related because this fit their mold, and that was a big traffic driver for us, which I think that market shifted a little bit, but it's a hard answer. I don't know how you I don't know if you can handicap it. I mean, I really don't. I don't know how you do that.
I'm trying to remember did the CBB or USC, who did the study, HTAC, who did that? Simon
USC.
Hudson?
This is
Simon?
USC.
USC.
Simon? Yeah. Dr. Hudson led that study. It's obviously something that we acknowledge, in different ways year after year, that we need to do a whole lot more precise in. And you're going to have the age-old issues. I mean, I think obviously the ultimate decision and responsibility lays with the council, but we've been incredibly informed and I think made better decisions because of the work the committee does. We really sorted through something I can't imagine. I mean, some of y'all here before the committee was there, I can't imagine having to do that. You talk about deserving a merit badge for having to wade through all those applications. But I'm willing. So, Howard, this recommendation is your recommendation informed by John, or
No, I made my recommendation before I knew John had made it. He came to one of our, I think it was Sam. He came to one of our meetings.
He told me.
I think, go ahead.
Go ahead. The thing that probably interests me more than anything is understanding other than reviewing applications, what's the job description of this committee?
They make the allocations and send it to us.
All right.
Well, in addition to so they have the applications, they review the applications, then they
990s.
spend 2 or 3 days interviewing each, group. So they'll do the interviews, and then they meet, and then they deliberate, and, is John here?
Well,
Okay.
The
Is
reason,
there anything else, Libby? 4 days. 4 days.
not 3, but 4.
And then in the last couple of years, we've had subsequent allocations, so they've gone through that process this time of year, but then they've gone through it again
Okay.
for another.
I guess the reason I'm asking that is, it's almost like we run the risk of drawing a line in the sand in terms of what the committee might do and recommend. I think you mentioned this early on about, the thing that I felt probably more so than anything, usurping what the committee does, and of course, if it comes to us, we have that opportunity to either change it, lower it, or give folk more money. I think we've really gotta tread softly on this. I think that there's some things, and I understand, and partially of what Howard is proposing. I mean, it gives us a real true sense of accountability, I think. But it also has the intent could very well, we draw a line in the sand. Do we want to do that? It's our responsibility to do it. But could the committee have that authority to say, once you do that, it's done?
Yeah.
And I don't want to be in that kind of position.
I think,
Does
because
that
it's
make,
true,
does that make any sense?
yeah,
Yeah.
to some extent, but there's some prerogatives of council and some of the committee. We, for the most part, accept the committee's recommendation. Growth, one of the questions is, how does growth impact allocation? That's one. We gotta decide if that's gonna be a factor to consider. And I guess some of the expectations would be that growth means or includes an organization's ability to go beyond what we give them. That's one. The other is the categories here. I don't have a problem with them. We talked about it somewhat. I think the categories, or the attempt to sort of categorize, for example, districts, hospitality districts. That's an up and coming issue for us anyway. I think that makes sense. I think where we kind of enter some partnerships that has brought certain organizations to the status of line item. We have to look at that. Does that continue to grow? Or do we make a decision about that? How many organizations do we make a part of the budget? Because once they become a part of the budget, well, that means they're solely dependent on what we put into our budget. If it's not there, they get nothing. So they could be more impacted than anybody else, some of the other groups, unless we make up the difference with hospitality.
What I'm less comfortable with is the list of groups that I have put into my thing is only my fault. The $5 million worth of larger groups. And I don't feel comfortable for me coming up with a definitive list here.
And I had a question. I had a question just about one. I mean, most of them, to me, make sense that, you've got some kind of particular road.
This is John's.
Okay, so I guess you might not know, I was wondering, the Shakespeare Company, and it says relationship with Parks and Rec. And I guess my question would be, what is the relationship, and aren't there other organizations that might have relationships? I don't know if we want to run down that, use that as criteria.
Can I say something, just, and may not answer all the questions right now or address specifically Howard's recommendations is first of all, before we get to the how, because we're talking about the how, let's take maybe 2 steps back and get back to the why. You know, why we're doing this and going through this. And we're at a unique opportunity here with hospitality tax in that it's growing, which is a good thing. It shows health and other sectors of our economy that we're happy about. But we're also at the point now, I think, where these discussions are coming from a position of strength and confidence and not a punitive perspective. So some of these conversations historically have been, by folks who just didn't support the arts, or didn't support, this allocation, that allocation. And now discussions are just really how can we be much more strategic in our spending, how can we be more fair and just, how can we support legacy organizations, and then also legacy organizations that we know are putting more seats in restaurants and helping drive the economy, and also really just embracing all these newer, upstart, much more, lean, and, some that, honestly, some of these different nonprofits, a $5,000 allocation is like, it's like manna. I mean, they can take and just do amazing things in public art or projects with young people in the community. So we're just at a different point right now than we have been in the past, and we have, I think, the right people around the table. We got a great committee that I think we've got to make sure we embrace the committee, embrace the hard work that they do. Of course, also recognizing that historically, just going through that process, we've had challenges. The committee's not 150,000 people. It's a small group of people who have relationships, meaning good relationships with a number of legacy organizations, and just really trying to open that process up to make sure that diverse views are represented there. I have no idea how Libby does what she does, helping manage, the give and take of council. But you guys realize that even when we've jumped in and made changes to the community's recommendations in the past, we really only played around the edges. We've impacted maybe 5-10% of the funding allocated to the committee overall. So it's not so that means that it shows that we have a great deal of confidence in the decisions that they're making. But we all recognize as well that we can be really much more strategic. But those strategic decisions have to be made here. But again, we are, I believe, at least just what I've viewed over the last several years, at a point right now where everyone wants to support the arts community. Everyone wants to see that connection between the arts and hospitality and culture, and economic development and growth and fairness and regional dispersion of assets. We'd love to see a much greater leveraging of private sector funds, and I think we'd agree that those who've shown some real dexterity in leveraging those funds, that we ought to be able to work even more closely with them. So I just think we're at a rare position right now that whether it's right now for 17-18 or sometime over the next couple of months, the three of you who are now running the Arts and Historic Preservation Committee just kind of run those traps and come back with a formula funding. I have some reservations about taking more decision-making authority away from the committee because things change. You'll have one of our great nonprofits that might just be motoring along, doing their traditional programs this year, and next year, a similar opportunity might come up, and we want to make sure that there's some latitude to meet that. Now, council always has the ability to meet those needs, but
What if,
Well, let me say this. Go ahead.
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Davis, but I'd like if over, usually we I know we drag out a little bit longer, but we can actually, I think, kind of circle the wagons, really put out a product that might still help us get to, the end of the year, end of the fiscal year decision. And I like Howard's approach as well, because the more finality that we give organizations and knowing what their budget's gonna look like, not just 17, 18, but 18, 19, 19, 20, 2021, then they're able to plan long-term, and then you also, use their funds more strategically internally, as opposed to wondering if they're gonna be, in favor or not in favor next year. If we make a determination as a policymaking body that we value this organization, value what they do and everything else. So, I mean, there's a whole lot of good stuff, but again, I think this is one of the first times there where I know everyone around the table just really feels very strongly about supporting these organizations. We're just trying to figure out how to meet the why.
Let me say this, and and for the record, too, I'd like to say that not every new organization deserves funding. That's not what's being implied, at least from my point of view. But I agree that the filtering of all this now would give us the opportunity to see that fairness, if that's ever been a question, more fairness is put into the process.
It's been real. I mean, we
Right.
all have unconscious biases and everything, and,
Yeah.
historic biases. Nothing wrong with that. But that's
So,
just real.
I think, based on what I've read and what I've discussed with Howard, the sooner we do this or come to some kind of finality on how we're gonna move forward, we ought to do that as soon as possible, because this will or may not impact.
The challenge is, I'm sorry, I know Howard and Ed both have your hands up. The one challenge is I'm wide open to as much innovation as to how we change the process. The one challenge is the committee is about to meet. And not only, the committee is about to meet, and not only is the committee about to meet, but the folks who are depending on that money are depending on that money July 1. I mean, so if we're gonna make some changes, I'm not sure those changes need to be for July 1, 17 or July 1, 18, so people are able to prepare for it. And one thing I want to make sure, just so it's not lost in the mix, is we need to either do H-Tax or A-Tax, start preparing for March Madness 2019 as well, and making sure we set aside some money for proper marketing of the city in anticipation of that. And I'm not sure if that's reflected anywhere.
We're not gonna have a total eclipse that year.
We're not gonna have the basketballs will block out the sun.
And the other thing that's not reflected, though, we do need to go back to having a reserve. And so we need to start setting aside some money. I mean, at one time, when we first did H-Tax, we set aside the reserve that equaled 1 year of, well, we were doing a bond too, so it was 1 year of bond payment. But, it was like, wasn't it like 7 million?
It was 10% the last time y'all talked about it.
Okay. Well, but I mean, at the very beginning, when we first started H-Tax.
So it was about 3.5.
Okay. But anyway, we need to start getting that because things are going well, which is great, but when things aren't going well, as the mayor said, these groups depend on this money. And so the way we've been funding them have been,
Haphazard.
well, it's just been, well, it's been.
Haphazard, yeah, you're right. That's
Yeah.
right, Rick.
Well,
So, we need to get to the point where we have that reserve and that we can,
I'm sorry,
can
Mr.
fund
Duval
it.
has been very patient,
Yeah.
sorry.
yeah, sorry.
One thing the mayor said a minute ago is that we have been tinkering around the edges with the committee thing. Maybe we need to, as an interim measure this year, just set aside a tinkering pot where we would allocate, not give the committee 300,000, 500,000, something like that.
So you want to cut one Columbus full budget? I believe this all. I'm just messing with. I'm just jokingly, just joking.
I heard a drop.
It was just perfect timing. It was perfect timing. We're all talking about supporting the arts, Lee.
Let's say if we let the committee do their work, but reserve for the council a $300,000 pot, so that when we get the proposals from the committee, the council will have 300,000 that we can then use to tinker with without taking it away from the other agencies.
We should not be taking requests outside the system anymore. Most of these requests are coming outside the system, and it's habitual. I mean, I haven't been here 5 years, and the same groups are doing the same thing. And I think one of the other things that we got to be realistic about is when we look at a group, we need to look at the entire organization. Because there's some organizations that their leaders are making as much as our city manager. And I got a problem with that. If you can pay that kind of money to somebody, then why are we funding you? There are other organizations that are struggling who are making big impacts. So, I mean, fundamentally, I do think we have a lot to look at and determine. I agree with the mayor. I'm very hesitant about pulling stuff away to the committee and leaving them with a small pot at this point, this late in the game.
How about a leveling pot?
But I guess what's the drive? What I don't understand is what's the drive to separate these groups?
Well, and Howard can say what his mindset was, but I was just gonna say, when Daniel talked about the groups, and not all of these, but what I do know is that sometimes these things come outside of process, because even when the committee makes a recommendation, even when we see that, we know, oh, this group can't make it work on that. And it might be something that we, means something to us. And so we know that we're gonna fund them. And what happens is we fund them and it appears as outside the system. And I think that that's not fair to that group or to other groups, because it makes it look like, okay, these groups are coming outside of the system. So we have to get to the point where we take that somewhat competition out of the process.
And, trying to understand it, the groups coming back to us for additional, hey, I got a new project, I want additional, and then, you find out financially they can afford to do it themselves, which means, there's somebody else getting outside the group who's not, we don't have that opportunity to have that growth pile or support new endeavors. I mean, it's nowhere easy. There's no easy solution.
So it's almost like you take a pot of money and you put it in one of these pots, whether it's called a tinkering pot
or whatever.
Or I was going to say something else.
Just say contingency.
Absolutely. And of course, I think what happens when you've got a contingency fund. Sometimes it's almost like in the church you have guaranteed funds and you put them in a pot and you pray that the roof doesn't come off, and you got to pull some funds out of guaranteed funds that they've been using for a building fund over these many years, never built, but you got a building fund. It gets me a little bit, because I think that there ought to be a pot, whether it's contingency or whatever. There ought to be something that we could pull funds out of. But I think in so pulling those funds out of that particular pot, I think does it lend total legitimacy for the committee? And do we need to do that? And if we need to do that, I don't really think you don't really need a committee, actually.
If you have a separate pot, it will get spent.
It's going to get spent, that's right.
Period.
And that's what used to happen before we had a committee. And I'll say, the committee, when you see those applications, with all the stuff that we have, there's no way we don't want to do that.
We don't want to do that.
I promise you.
I won't go to the applications at all. I can promise you that right now.
I think the one headache and disagreement among council has been on-the-spot funding after the process. Folks would come in on a given day and say they needed more money. Some groups would get it and some would not. And we would pledge amongst ourselves that there was a line drawn that nobody else can walk through that door on a given day after we've funded and give more money.
Then you can look for 4 votes. Right.
Well, yeah.
Then you got some general fund left over.
So the finale is what then? Either we reserve the right to fund certain projects.
Sure.
Whether it's above and beyond what they get from the committee, or whether it's because somebody can walk through the door and make a good case for more money.
I think we've all submitted a number of different ideas, and they all have merit and ought to be kind of put into this process, we have to articulate clearly kind of what our priorities are. You know, why obviously go back to the historical record as to why the tax was implemented and the intentions to support the arts and travel and tourism efforts in the community. And let's recognize that as we get to the how, that we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We have a good process that's not perfect, and when council has gotten involved in the past, it's been more so reflective of the fact that there are a number of really good and meritorious organizations that may not have run that gauntlet as successfully for any number of reasons. And we felt, as a council, at least a preponderance or very least a majority of us, that those organizations, deserve more funding or more attention, and that's our prerogative to do so. I think we have to be very careful, however, if we don't acknowledge that we have a good process, but it needs a whole lot more direction, a whole lot more direction, at least in understanding what our priorities are on that given day. There's in the past has been some focus more so on arts events versus other events that might bring significant tourists to town, like a PosCon or Indy Grits or whatever happens to be. And they're different. We're all humans. They're different philosophical ideas on the committee, just as they might be on council at the time. So I think maybe at least clearly articulating to the committee that the council feels this way about these types of events.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's important to Mr. Rickman and others, that we look at the overall fiscal health and the balance sheet of different groups and or compensation of the executive directors, then that's something we pay attention to. If we want to make sure there's an innovation fund for smaller upstart groups that are just getting up and running, and that they can rely on for a few years. And if we do, I mean, it can be a slippery slope, but I think it's important as well. And if we determine that there ought to be some regional focus, in the various districts, that we want individual council people to have more. That's been recommended in the past, and we've kind of pushed away from it. But that might be an idea. Obviously, Ms. Devine mentioned, Daniel has too mentioned building up the reserve, and Howard's suggestion of council just having much more direct allocation of funds. And philosophically, historically, that's been a pretty healthy bone of contention here at council, in which some of us have really, I think, in the interest of just prudence, deferred to the committee, let you guys make the decision. I want to do it. And others, President Company included, have said, no, this is, at the end of the day, we're left, holding the responsibility anyway. So, so we're going to make a decision. We're going to make a decision, and we're going to decide where those funds go. It's smart that those decisions be made strategically before the process begins. The challenge is, I think we're in a really narrow window. So if we decide that we're going to sequester maybe a portion of funds, as a trial period this year, and then determine over the next few months that we're going to hammer out what the new process might look like, in a very inclusive way. And I think that might be the way to go about doing it. But again, I think the how is one thing. I think we got to make sure we got our why straight first.
Well, what groups are we? I mean, what do you actually? I haven't seen a proposal, so I don't know. I mean, I've got these lists, but I don't know what group you're talking about creating a line item for it, because that's what we're doing.
Well,
Or that's
no,
what's being suggested.
This is more than line items, I would think. First page and second page. Those are just my thoughts. I would let the committee and the council.
Copies of that.
But this is what the committee does now, right? These are all the things that the committee does already.
Yeah, that's the tally sheet, the last sheet from the committee from last year.
Right.
I just use that as a way to get the list of things, and then I went through and marked the ones I thought could come up into group one and be allocated by council. So we would reserve,
So what groups are those? Are they marked?
yeah, right there, all of them. All of those are my suggestions for the color the same down to where it says community total. Right
Well, that's everything.
there. No, there's a lot of movements below that.
Well, yeah, I don't,
This was it, Daniel.
Yeah, it's
Is this the same
it's the
sheet?
same sheet. It's
Yeah.
the same sheet.
Just goes through page 5. Just does it in a spreadsheet
So
format.
how would we look at all of these groups in this thing and say, how do we follow up? What's the accountability that they're doing the growth and they're doing?
That would be big.
I tell you, everything, again, guys, everything we're talking about in terms of the how, you know, from the HTAC study to different measures we've attempted to put in place, we got a couple of different mousetraps here. I mean, we've sent staff and Liberty to put more different controls and ideas and reporting measures, and it's improved the process significantly in the past. I think probably just getting a full appreciation of what we've done in the past, how it's worked, maybe not worked. It's probably the prudent thing to do, but we've got, I think, more accountability measures in place now than we ever have.
But-
Delivering all of them in a very strategic way. I'm not.
And I think part of that is because it goes through the committee process.
Absolutely.
You know?
Well, what if
So when you pull them out, you're just saying, well, you're guaranteed.
Well, this year we
that
gotta
much.
leave them in the committee process, because we don't have time to make the change, but what if we kept a small portion out for the council to use?
Use that
for
pot.
allocating?
one of the things when my post funding
Just
review.
say what you mean. You want to
Use
buy the
that
money.
pot, use what.
Let me say this.
I mean, that's.
Here's an example of how we could, I think, demonstrate either our involvement or not, or fix one of the problems with new groups coming in or groups not being funded at all. When I was talking with some groups last year that folks weren't satisfied with what they got, and you had some discussions, Whitehead, I did. After you say a smaller group, what makes a group small? It's because it doesn't have the capacity to do a citywide event. But I like the idea of groups maybe doing something that's regional. Because, quite frankly, when you start looking at the count through the door or through the gates, most of the folks on that day are kind of from that area. And so that's one approach. That's one thing I think we could sort of take a look at. Then you've got a group that you're helping to nurture and grow, so that one day they could do a citywide event. But there are some that are good, but they're just not going to do a citywide event, you know. And I'd like to see us take that under consideration.
So how much money do you want to pull out? Because you need to take it from the tail end, not the top end. Because I'm going to tell you right now, you know that their estimate is conservative. I know the budget director well, and I believe she.
And that's how we were able to really also build a reserve, because we wouldn't touch it.
Right.
Actually, at the very beginning, they didn't tell us it was really there.
No, they put it.
So that's how we were able to say,
I would float the figure 300,000.
talk about you.
If we told the committee not to allocate 300,000 and give it back to the council with the 300,000, then we could use that for.
But the council right now, according to last year's budget sheet, already allocated that
2.6.
same amount.
2.6.
Council's allocation was amended in 16-17, went to 674,000.
Well, the budget the line item agencies are 2.7, 2.696.
And then the committee allocation was 2.1,
Right.
which is down 300,000 from the year before.
Well, that would reflect committee's allocation.
Yeah, right here.
I'm pulling up the budget now.
It might be illustrative for Missy to, I guess, remind of you how the budget is currently in balance. Because recall, you know, we've made the adjustment too of the transfer, as well as what I'm hearing, some of the discussion surrounding a different pot. I'm not sure that you could do that.
I think right now, I think we're just talking about how much goes to the committee and how much is not, doesn't go to the committee. I think that's what we're
Okay.
just talking about.
So not additional.
Howard's proposing to have a pot.
That's my sense.
As an interim measure, I'm proposing to hold back from the committee, I'm saying 300,000, I'm just picking that number, so that we won't have the situation that Tamika was talking about, that when it comes to us, we have to cut to somebody else to give.
Well, what's essentially gonna happen is that the committee now is gonna have to cut these other groups, and then all are gonna come back to get that pot that you've already put, because they know that pot's there.
They know it's there.
There's a
I
contingency
mean-
pot somewhere. Right.
I mean, all we're
But-
doing is robbing Peter to pay Paul to pay Peter back. I'd let the committee do it.
Or,
And if there's excess funding based on better collections, then you strategically quarterly put some of that away.
well, I guess what I was gonna say, just, direct examples, like for instance, like Black Expo. I guess the last 2, maybe 3 years, we've come back and allocated, and it wasn't like when the committee allocations came, that we didn't know we were going to give them additional money. It was just kind of like when are we gonna get to it? And quite honestly, I feel bad for Darren, because it makes him look like every year he's coming asking for more money, which is really not. He's coming asking for more money. It's when he came initially, he didn't get it through the committee. There was there's a historic relationship with Black Pages and Black Expo, and so we've then allocated the state fair. That happened one year where the committee, for some reason, didn't fund them at the level we knew they should be funded. But I mean, the state fair is a major economic engine and needs an allocation. And so we knew we were going to come back and do it, so we came back and did it. So I think what Howard's attempt was looking at historically which ones have we gone back, and so what I would suggest is, if that's going to continue to be our practice, either don't let those things go through the committee. We say we're going to fund them, and this is how much we're going to fund them, or we have some discussion on what our expectation of level of funding is, or thirdly, we take what the committee gives and that's it. Because my thing is, if we wait till later, the issue has always been, well, when you have these events like state fairs in October, so if the committee allocates them an amount that's not going to be sustainable for the police and traffic, and then we go ahead and approve the committee's recommendations, we're coming back between now and October to do an additional allocation for the state fair, when right now in May, we know we're going to do that.
So you either do it on the front end, or you end up.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is,
Or
we need
you
to
end
on the front
up
end,
giving them some money when they walk through that door down the road.
which makes other people look like, well, they did it, so I can do it too.
Right.
Let me come outside the process because they did it for the state fair.
Well, we need to move on to
Right.
another city managers, so is there any, do we want to make any changes, or do we want to put this in committee and study for this fiscal year and come back with a program next year? Does
I mean,
anybody want?
we can let the committee come up with a concrete recommendation moving forward. But I will say, since the committee is meeting next week, we do need to, if there are some, I guess John, and he's not here, but, John says the committee will do whatever we ask, but I do feel like they feel sometimes we're ultra critical of them, and it's not deserved when they're just trying to do their job. And if we know that they're going to be we know there are groups that we know want funded, like the state fair, like the USC home games, whoever, we need to at least make that known.
I just don't want to,
Which one we want.
Howard, I like conceptually, I think you're right on target. But I think those pots could very well develop some holes in them. And, I'm a little afraid of that.
They have a tendency to leak.
They will leak, and I've got some hesitancy about that. If we could particularly refine and tweak it, I think we'd be in better shape, in my estimation. I think this committee does a good job. I think Libby, you do a good. You're the committee, right?
Yes, sir.
So why don't we just,
I think they do a good job, and I think if we could, and I'm not saying defer it, I'm just what we're talking about is tweaking what Howard wants to recommend. And if we could buy into that, I think it empowers the committee. It gives us a pot that doesn't have any cracks or holes in them. But all of us need to feel comfortable that that's what we're gonna do. I appreciate that, man.
Two more things I wouldn't mind. I'd love if the committee, I think it's the three of you all now, isn't it, right now? The three of you. Unless there's some statutory restrictions or something we need to modify in the ordinance, I'd love to also have the committee maybe expanded to include some additional folks, so we get more diverse views. And however we need to do it, I think I get a sense that there's a lot more confidence in the work that One Columbia has been doing. You know, we decided years ago to not establish a cultural office in the city, and we stood up One Columbia. And the things that it's doing citywide has just been exciting right now. And I think there's a confidence built up. So let's really begin to rely on them even more to help with this process. So one, let's look at expanding the committee. So a lot of these diverse voices that may be drowned out by a lot of our legacy groups can have some say, and we might come up with a product that council feels much more comfortable with. But also let's start relying more and more on One Columbia prospectively. All right. So committee.
We'll take charge of it.
Are y'all set to meet sometime soon? What y'all?
The proposed increase is $300,263.
Good job.
And funding? Sequester that? Last year? Is that last year?
and
Hold increase?
I think
hold that, other stuff?
that's right.
They're holding in reserve.
That's right. Beneficiary,
So,
300.
this,
It's a council prerogative.
I think you put it in reserve and then you can do whatever you want.
Start rebuilding the
But I
reserve
wouldn't
account.
call it, I would use it as a reserve account instead of calling it a pot, but.
You can build on that. It's easy to build on it next year if you.
It'd be great to start
Put it
rebuilding,
aside now.
great to start rebuilding reserves.
Well, it'll give you some ability to do things in the future too.
At the
Because we're
last,
gonna have some needs coming up.
we're talking about, the increase in my money is $325,000, so squarely, so you could do that and not cut what the committee got last year.
I don't want to get into a position when the committee reports to us that we have, if we want to even up with something. I'm looking at the three major groups there. If we
What's it right now? Unless it's a balloon. I mean, it's just a
Commitment's already
balloon.
made.
Squeeze one way.
Yeah.
So,
we put $700,000 in there this year, that was not necessary, kind of took away the air that we had in that balloon.
we got time. I mean, because right now we're just talking about operate within the lines within the budget anyway.
Yeah.
So we got some time. If y'all want to come back with between now and the year. As
Let the
what we
committee
do-
go ahead and do
yeah,
their
yeah,
deal.
y'all come back. But with the committee allocation being the same as it got last year, I think it's the same, right?
The committee's allocation from current year is the same projected next year. The only reason why there's a difference here from, I was pointing out to
So we
Mr.
got,
Vines.
so we still have some time to take on all these macro issues, but also to specifically try and address the issue that Howard raised. Committee come back with some recommendations.
Well,
Sounds
we
good.
would be advertising the budget.
Right, when we-
At-
Yeah,
This is
as
balanced,
yeah,
as
yeah,
is.
so you still
Okay.
operate within the lines, nothing outside of that.
Okay.
You don't want to rush it, but you would be somewhere down the road on this. I kind of like this, or some version of this.
We operate in a position of strength, but I think relying on Libby, relying, I think, on Lee Snellgrove and others, I mean, I think we can come out with again, an improved process. That's gonna continue to more.
You only have two
more we
members
grow
of
and
the
get more
committee
diverse.
here, and two members of the committee.
What's that? What about?
He was the third person.
No,
1, 2.
it's the three of you now. Who's the new person? You're the new person.
Oh, yeah, I'm the newbie.
Yeah, you're the new person.
Yeah, okay, I'll do my best.
I'm not sure if you stepped out to the restroom or something. We appointed you, I think, some time ago.
You notice.
This is the meeting you missed.
You notice I don't move.
So I thought we made a motion
Okay.
at a previous meeting, for the HTAX committee to meet and take up these issues. Did we not? I thought. All right, all right, so let's make sure we do it tonight. Let's make sure we do something tonight,
I
ask you
think
guys
we
to meet.
decided for us to do it here
Okay,
first and then.
that was it, that was.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and do that tonight, so you guys go ahead and meet and see if we can come up with something for the end of the fiscal year. Okay, we need to do, I'll mention it.
So we'll move forward with the budget as proposed for hospitality tax?
Yes, ma'am.
Great.
Yeah, and I guess because of that, and again, because it's imbalanced, this doesn't include the reserve or the contingency. I don't know about the contingency, but I guess for the reserve, I'd like us to look at, start taking that money and putting it and building a reserve.
I think you're right.
All right. Well, I've jumped off this PowerPoint slide, but just to point back, so we've wrapped up hospitality tax. The next items on your discussion are the water and sewer and the stormwater scenarios. So as they get ready to get set up, we'll go ahead and create those presentations. I think we have copies of the presentations as well for you.
Mr. Vine, you and I
I
are
like that approach, don't you?
remaining two on the Economic Development Committee. And we're supposed to, I was trying to get together to discuss that, senior housing. Look at your calendar today or tomorrow. You can let Erica know, I know.
They got to
Report next Tuesday,
The issues
or
that
maybe
we're
the following
having,
Tuesday. Because I block my Tuesdays
Out
off,
there.
so if I don't have court, then usually I'm free.
if we continue to kick the can, it's gonna cost us twice as much.
Let's just do it. I just wrote down a couple of things, just some principles we need to be thinking about.
Yep, I'm free that
Some
month.
green infrastructure options.
Yep, so-
Also do green bonds. Louise mentioned that to us yesterday.
What time?
Green bond,
10 o'clock.
some of the green bonds are doing now.
I got a doctor's appointment. I'll be out by
I mean, so, I think.
Okay.
He said DC did 100. Jeff, what the guy at Moody's said DC did a green bond for 100 years or 50 years, was it? I mean, so you got some interest.
100-year bond, can you do that?
It is. But you talk about the ease of financing, something like that. I wouldn't do 100 years.
Long time.
But if you're gonna eat $93 million and
Could you do a 30-year?
you could do that. You could do anything else, but it's just
Hey, Robert.
they'll look.
Robert, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You sure?
Okay, we're about to start our presentation. Just wanted to have you on the call.
Text Phil and ask him.
Thank you very much.
I would put all types of words in his mouth today, so you might as well get prepared for it. And it gets every single one of the projects done. Every priority project done.
Go ride through Shandon neighborhood, go down to Lake Catherine, down to those neighborhoods that are having all that flooding and continuing to have that flooding and this
Project
stuff.
done. Let's knock them out, man.
the property damage alone,
That is, yeah.
you know, look, we missed some opportunities. Just like at Maxie Gray Park, where we should have taken a portion of that park and made it a drain field. And I told Melinda, fought me, we ended up spending $400,000 on a brick wall for a park that hardly gets used.
Is that, yeah.
That's a buck 36 more a month. And then $2.58. It's worth it. It's worth it. You okay with the comprehensive stormwater approach? Just take all the projects citywide? That's
do. You know, in the gen-
take you over the Harlem Heights.
But in the general fund, though, we really need to look at what we're getting collected from the university and all these nonprofits as well. I mean, you know, business license, the non,
But obviously with all the,
from a business licensing standpoint too, you know, I mean, there ought to be a registration fee. Huh?
collection fee.
Well, that's a good question.
All right.
Yeah. The question asked about the university and state government and other nonprofits, what rate do they pay in terms of stormwater?
They would, the stormwater, they pay the same rate.
How do you come up with the equivalent rate?
Whoa.
They pay based on equivalent residential units, and that's based on impervious area. It's a calculation based on impervious area. And you want us to walk through the calculation, because I'll have to recruit Dan to come up here and help me.
No, but I'd like to, I'd like to know what that amount is.
Okay, it's
No, we know it's 6,000. It'd be-
$6.80, but what's
No,
the
For the university or for state government?
2,500 square feet is what, it's 2545 square feet, and that would what a typical single-family impervious footprint would be on residential. So if you go to commercial, you divide their impervious area by 2545.
You know what, how much does that calculate for the University of South Carolina?
I don't have that number with me.
I don't know the total. We can give you, you want an idea of what how many equivalent residential units they have?
Yeah, we could get that.
We can,
Oh, we,
What's the ERU for University of South Carolina?
Everybody's the same.
well, the total collected amount. And are we allowed to collect from state government, or are we prohibited by state law?
no, state government does pay.
Is there a chart that shows who our top 10, 15 customers are, who pays the most?
We can provide that. The state of South Carolina would definitely be at the top, though.
Okay. And that includes school district and everybody else in that same
Yeah,
number?
university, yeah. Oh, we can provide that to you.
We were just over here just kind of chatting about the virtues of one plan over the other. Now, I know there was some discussion when we had that list of priorities as to whether some other specific projects, maybe I think Ed may have mentioned Belvedere, and Sam had some projects in North Columbia. Are they included in this
The top.
$93 million priority projects? Are they all in there?
I think the ones Mr. Davis mentioned are in the top priority projects. The Belvedere is an issue ongoing with Richland County.
Richland County.
When we
Yeah.
looked into that one, I don't know if Robert's in here to speak any more specifically, but
And obviously, we need to make sure that we, whatever we do here, we continue, to engage and interface with Richland County, Lexington County, Forest Acres, Arcadia Lakes, everyone, to make sure that we're taking a very comprehensive approach to the solutions here. And obviously, there's nothing new in this presentation. is there? I
We have
apologize.
updated stormwater and water and sewer. The stormwater, we added the $40 million scenario. So we've got, Robert Chambers is not able to be here today. He had some medical procedures, so he is on call. Robert, can you hear me? He's on the phone.
Hey, Robert.
Robert, are you there?
Yes, I can. I'm here. Walt.
Okay.
Hey, Robert.
Okay. So Dave,
We miss you, Robert.
Yeah. Dave,
I apologize for not being there, but I miss you all too. But
All right.
okay.
I hope you're feeling better.
You don't miss this.
Dave is here to cover the scenario, the different scenarios. He can walk through the whole presentation, or we could just get right to what we've added since the last
We
presentation.
can do that, but I want to go ahead and just put this on the table.
Okay.
Spend so much time on HDAC. Maybe we can prayerfully maybe shorten this discussion.
Okay.
A great deal.
Won't we go straight to the table?
Did you want to ask a question? Okay.
You updated those, you said, Joey?
It's gonna be page 11.
I've been trying to, I went back over them and I'm just trying to see what I'm.
680. We,
That's,
a combination of incredibly hardworking city staff, friends and family and the state government, and federal government, and the military and National Guard and State Guard, incredible citizens, police and fire departments that I would put up against the very best in the country, if not the world. Some of the very best engineers that we have here at the city. A real commitment to transparency and just sharing information with the public on an ongoing basis, and some incredible nonprofits. We were able to weather in 2015 an unprecedented event. We were hit again in 2016. We were hit again just a few weeks ago. And I will tell you the frequency, regardless of whether you're a believer in global climate change or not, the frequency and severity of these wet weather events is very real. And I think that we're at a unique point in our city's history where we need to step forward with a thoughtful and comprehensive and citywide solution to stormwater management. We've done a good job the last several years, but we're dealing with a very new reality right now, very new reality. And wrote down a couple of thoughts that I'd like to submit for staff and council to internalize and either agree with or dispute. But we got to make a true commitment in the stormwater space, very much the same way we're doing of water and sewer, that we're going to commit ourselves to first-class stormwater infrastructure, that we're going to commit ourselves to sustainability, resilience, and the design of the infrastructure, and the good environmental practices and policies, that we need to look at hard piping and every opportunity, good green infrastructure. That commitment needs to be citywide, and that we ought to address all of the articulated priority projects from staff that are all citywide. Scenario number one, we need a clear plan to get projects out of the door. And I say that recognizing our staff has more than enough to say grace over right now as we continue to successfully implement Clean Water 2020. But we're going to have to look at whatever force multipliers we can have, whatever partnerships or whatever it means to be able to deliver on this. Again, we need to make a commitment to green infrastructure. I think that we need to seriously look at, sat down briefly with the folks from Moody's Investor Services yesterday, and I thought it was a healthy meeting with them, and they indicated that as you look at financing scenarios, that there is a growing and meaningful appetite for green bonds out there. However you define green bonds, and there are a number of definitions out there, but there are a growing number of customers out there who are looking to invest in smart, sustainable solutions with some creative ways of financing that. So we should at least take a strong look at green bonds. But obviously, as we look at our advanced metering infrastructure, somewhere in that 93 million, there needs to be a commitment to collecting and preserving and using any data and analytics that could be gleaned from there to help us prepare for future events as well. I think, you guys, with the statewide, the billions of dollars of damage that we saw in 2015, when close to 12 trillion gallons of water fell in the Carolinas, I'm not sure we need any more lessons as to let's act now. Let's act in a way that fundamentally changes the lives of our citizens. Let's act in a way that allows us to fully prepare for the future, and let's do it now. Let's not piecemeal this. Let's take a comprehensive approach to dealing with what are obviously long-term challenges. Let's deal with them in a long-term, comprehensive way. We just need a commitment from staff that we can get these projects out of the door, that we'll be as innovative and creative in making that happen, that we'll be very forward-thinking in terms of green, sustainable infrastructure, and that whatever other recommendations you guys can make to us as to how we can help facilitate that, then we ought to be eager to do it. But I think a piecemeal approach is not the way of doing this. We need to address flooding issues as best we can in all 4 districts across this city. We need to make sure that whatever solutions we believe in, there needs to be significant opportunities for citizen participation. I mean, deploying 1,000 rain barrels is a message, but our focus ought to be even much more comprehensive than that, and showing citizens how they can help us create a much more green and sustainable future. But I think it starts here with us deciding we're going to move forward in a significant way. We're talking about 5 years worth of increases. So I know it's not a small endeavor, but it's at the end of the day, I think it's important and significant, and it's going to inure to the benefit of the city for the next 100 years, not the next 1, 2, or 3 years. So that's my endorsement of Sadara 1.
You talking about the scenario 1 then?
I was talking about 1.
Well, then
Mr. Duval.
I agree with the mayor that we do need to be aggressive on this thing, but I look at scenario 1 as being a step too far. I can support scenario 3, which is the city manager's recommendation, or scenario 4. A couple of reasons why I don't like scenario 1. First off, it requires us to have 5 years of increases, 20%, 18%, 18%, 16%, and 16%. And I'm not confident that the council sitting around this table over the next few years will have the political courage to vote those type of increases. Another reason is that if you do go with scenario 1, you're ending up with $15.29 per residence in the city. We're at $6.80 now. If you are afraid of a slight increase in your water rate when it's less than $2, you're certainly going to be afraid of $15.29 on the water bill. My water bill on McGregor Drive will go up to $15.29 to pay for stormwater. The same little old lady living in other districts in this community, this city, will get $15.29 added to her water bill too. And
In 5 years.
Yes, that's 2022. That's 2022.
2022.
Well, it starts off at $8.16 and goes up.
3% cost of et cetera,
$1.36.
is 15% increase on natural. So let's make sure that, when we're throwing that number out, we're putting it at the right place.
Well, it starts off at $8.16 and ends up at $15.29. But if you use scenarios 3, which is the manager's recommendation, it goes to $8.23 and it stays at $8.23, and you're doing $20 million worth of very important storm drainage projects for the next 5 years. I can go with scenario 4. It's a little bit higher. It's $9.32, but it's a one-time vote on city council. It increases it from $6.80 to $9.32. It gives us $40 million over the next 5 years, which, if that is successful, we can take another $40 million and get it all done in 10 years. And it's still $6 a month cheaper for the poorer residents in this town. I think you're gonna have a big backlash from the District 1 and District 2 if you go from $6.80 to $8.16 to $15.29 over 5 years.
I'm in support of getting the work done because of the damage that people are having, the issues that we're constantly having, how much extra time, manpower, and everything else that we're spending over the next 5 years. It's going to be more than this increase. And you want to take a look at scenario 4 in 5 years, that's going to exceed the $15 to get the other 4. So you're not changing the scenario other than what we're doing now is you're paying for it now, which is a huge, huge benefit and cost savings. I would be willing to bet if we dug into this down into the details compared to doing 40 now and then having to do an additional 60, because at that point, it's at least going to be 100 million in total by then. I mean, if we're at 93 to do it today.
You're not gonna be able to get it done today.
Well, that's a question is if we move forward in this scenario, scenario 1, can we achieve it? Can we get it done?
Oh, well, Dana, you can answer that. I just had a couple questions, because when y'all had this discussion and I was on the line, y'all were going in and out, so I had a couple of questions, but if you want to answer that.
Yeah, if we did the 93 million, we worked with Black and Beach on the additional manpower we would need to get the projects out the door, because obviously we would not have enough people to be able to push those out the door in that time period. But that's included in this rate study.
Repeat that?
The additional manpower for maintenance with Robert's group as well as for engineering.
It's including those numbers.
Yes,
It's including that 93 million.
It's
additional
not
additional-
Saying they'd be able to get them out the door because they would hire the additional staff.
Right.
It's including 93 million.
That's correct, and in fact, if you look at slide 17, there is a difference between scenario 1 and the other 3 scenarios in the O&M expense, and that's because the O&M expense has been adjusted to increase staffing or augment staffing, because we realize we're going to have to increase staffing to support the higher level of capital improvement projects.
But David, all I would add, and this is kind of what I was sidebarring with Joey and Clinton, Dana, and we've had a couple of calls. Obviously, we need to go through some type of structured process, but I would advise, just as we've done with Clean Water 2020, it would need to be a programmatic approach that the staff and I would need consultants to help put that together. I don't think those costs are included in the O&M if we were to bring on a consultant. And there are people out there, I mean, we've had a call with a group already that do this kind of thing. But I would just also put that on the table, that if you want to start tackling $93 million worth of projects, almost like a Clean Water 2020, we make it very programmatic. It needs the community, as you mentioned, would be involved. I think they even, could help us look at some financing options as well. Even though we'd still be on the hook as you are acknowledging with the funding front. But, we can look at the cost to do some kind of programmatic approach with the consultant.
It just seems really interesting. And I'm glad that the 93 million does include some Black and Beach or whoever is kind of a force multiplier for us. But if we did look at it was interesting talking to Moody's yesterday, and they were laudatory of the city and how much they enjoy rating our city on a regular basis. But with these green bond options, for example, if you're able now, historically, interest rates still being historically low, and if you're able to finance that over a greater period of time, it just makes me wonder just what the real opportunities are out there to get significant more projects done. You know, if we went with option, the $20 million option, I didn't look at the 40 million just yet. And I'm not sure if you guys can read. I can't read this. I had to use my phone as a magnifier. This is the smallest thing I've ever seen, Robert, in my entire life. But you.
Dana has great eyes.
Dana has hawk eyes. Also, you've been holding out. Not much better. But there's still a whole lot of projects that any one of us around this table would identify as major priority projects that don't get done. If we take the most modest approach, and we can rock and roll with it. I mean, get these done. It's a smart, thoughtful thing to do. But a $20 million. Let me say
Yes.
a $20 million program would not address Penn Branch or Randall Avenue. Wouldn't do it Whaley Street at the railroad crossing.
Shandon.
Shandon.
Here's the $20 million one.
Okay, so what's this, is that
That's not
that's
great.
reprioritized, or is this not prioritized?
So this is the 20 million, so we would have Whaley, Maine, Harlem Heights, MLK, Penn Branch, Branch Street, those are.
So what wouldn't happen?
Dana, do we have a
on this?
list of that? It has some.
So we have a different priority approach,
The list of the projects.
different priority approach if it's 20 million versus 93 million, or
Those would still be the priorities, but some of the 90 million are projects that were identified in.
so this is a list of all projects, not
Yes.
priority projects.
Correct.
What does the list look like after you get past this 20? So then you don't.
Yeah, we truncated a lot of these down here.
So Smith Branch, then the Smith Branch projects are done. Rocky Branch,
Yeah, these are projects as part of the watershed group.
okay.
And there are some easements that need to be obtained, so we didn't put the actual specific projects in there.
How do we address the issue Howard mentioned? I forget the term you used, but the long-term commitment, not making sure that we don't make.
Yeah, well, that was my question.
Commitment now.
If we say we want to do that, what happens if
I think we
the
gotta
mayor
make a long-term
doesn't
plan.
vote that increase?
Well, and I think that's part of the manager's recommendation is you know, you're factoring in all kinds of things like binding future councils if you didn't do it now. But also, as we're having this big holistic discussion, we haven't touched the general fund discussion yet and some of the major issues that we're bringing to the table there, and just, understanding council's gotta strike a balance with rate increases and fee increases and other discussions we haven't gotten to yet. So, what's your appetite for? I mean, I would love to see us put the $93 million option on the table.
If we had
But
an increase, there hadn't been an increase since 2012. And we had an increase every year, you'd have been able to address these problems by now.
Correct.
We can't keep kicking the can down the road.
Right, but I know that you can't keep doing it with the general fund either, is my point. And so is there a willingness to have those kinds of increases on the table all
And
across
Daniel,
the
the only
board?
thing I would say to that point is I agree with you, and that's kind of how I feel. However, the reality is the majority of council doesn't always feel that way. And so, you run the risk of, someone for whatever reason saying, oh, I can't support it, and then, what happens? Because, I mean, we've had that. I mean, Black and Beach from day one has always recommended
A constant increase.
increases every year.
Last year, we couldn't get it done.
Well, it not just last year. I mean, there's been other years as well. So that's what I'm saying is that I would be concerned.
Our
on that.
responsibility to the community, I think, is to take care of all the infrastructure needs and the basic services first. And if we've got to cut spending money on other outside agencies for whatever reason, I don't know, I'm not throwing out any, we haven't gotten to the general, but we may have to make that decision.
Yeah, but that's general fund. I'm just talking about the water and sewer, and even, last year, going back to last year's water sewer discussion. I mean, we had a big debate about water and sewer. There was not a majority of council who was willing to support an increase. And so we were looking at, you know, double increase, not this current fiscal year, but next fiscal year, because we didn't do it last year. And so my thing is, if we did the 90 million, you know, we can only control what we vote for this year. What happens next year and subsequent years? And if you issue a bond based on that revenue, then what happens?
I think we want to issue a bond based on 93. I think we can only issue a bond based on the existing funds. So we're talking about several issuances, I would think. And guys, you have to apologize. I can't see that last.
Yeah, but we do the same
top
thing with
right.
hospitality.
Top
That-
right-
that-
top
I
right
mean,
box there.
you're making a 20-year commitment on hospitality, and you're making that bond
Scenario
payment
four
based
calls
off
for
of
what
revenue.
this year? 27?
Yeah, that's true.
37.
You know,
okay. I thought it
But
was
it's
close-
not
I thought it was
based
close to
on a
40.
vote of this council to increase the rate.
That's true.
Joey, so engineers and money people, perfect, you guys are sitting right next to each other right now. So what does it do if we looked at a 50% increase year one? In terms of, you know, cost of capital, availability of funding, and I mean, could we shorten a program? I'm not trying to come up with a scenario 5, but I guess I am. But really trying to deal with the longer term concerns that Nick and Howard just talked about. Just making sure we commit ourselves to a project. I just rather have the money in the bank and the ability to get those funds out the door and not to worry about what council's thinking about 2 years, 3 years, 4 years down the line.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Robert.
May I add one thing, just as a part of listening to the general discussion? Councilwoman just asked the question, you know, what would happen next year and the year after if we were to go about, if you all were to approve scenario 4 or 3, whichever you would decide upon. And essentially what would happen is it would put you in a better position today as it relates to the revenues you would generate on an annual basis, which would then allow you to afford the program you've selected, and then align your staffing and other city services to meet that CIP, as compared to where you are today, where you're meeting your requirements, but establish and meet some of those goals and objectives that the mayor just outlined, it will become difficult, and you'll have to make these decisions every year with regard to what to do with rate, so that you'll have the revenues needed to do these programs and accomplish these goals. So essentially, it just puts you in a better position starting today to start the process of achieving some of these objectives.
Without, I'm sure we probably haven't, maybe we have quantified it just as we deal with FEMA and CDBG, DR funds and everything else. But, you know, what's the drain on our water sewer system, on our general fund? You know, as we continue to respond to these wet weather events without the revenue that should be coming in from a stormwater fund, I mean, there's got to be a significant drain on other resources that's not coming out of here that should be coming out of here. It's coming out of general fund, coming out of water and sewer as well.
We've just become pretty adept at absorbing
them,
things,
but we shouldn't be.
Which is not the way to go.
Let me ask a question.
We don't pay one way or the other, and regrettably, when we're not, the problem is with this scenario, we're not just talking about the city paying, we're talking about homeowners and business owners who have to deal with property damage on a regular basis as well. If we can do something to stop that, we need to make the commitment to doing it. Mr. Davis?
You know, the other night went over all scenarios, and then I'm looking at Joey's template here. The all of these projects, Joey, I understand that they could be funded if under scenario 3. Is that correct?
Yes. The memo is $20 million.
Yeah.
20 million.
Yes, sir. That's scenario 3.
Which one is 3?
20 million.
93, that's 40.
So I think, we need to have a discussion beyond scenario 3. Mr. Mayor, I understand your point and the, picture you painted. Scenario 2, did y'all do anything on that's project specific beyond, well, this is for scenario 3.
Yeah, 3 and 4 are the ones you need to look at.
Project specific for 4, 2,
Yeah, I just
is
asked
just
to
12.
see
And one.
that, and she, yeah.
Yeah, we would just, we wouldn't be able to tackle Shandon, because Shandon's 12.5 by itself. So, that'd probably be one that we would move from 20 million.
no, but I'm saying, no, I'm not saying knock Shandon out. You're saying this is your priority
Right,
as a staff,
yes,
and
bare
that,
minimum, yes, sir,
and these could be met under scenario 3.
correct. And that is,
Area 3, 4, or 1
3, 4, or 1.
those are like the absolute minimum, that's the outcry from the constituents needing the service, and we hear from every time it rains, that 20 million would help with that.
I get more phone calls, more pictures every time it rains.
It is,
And it's not decreasing, it's increasing.
It,
We got damage on the
and not just
walls.
increasing, it's expanding to different areas.
Yes.
There are new areas that we are finding are starting to flood more consistently than they used to.
We wait to, I just think if we continue to wait, we're just gonna end up with a lot more damage and personal property, infrastructure damage. I mean, we need to focus on all the infrastructure, the stormwater, water and sewer, and get these projects done and get us to a point where we can maintain and not be in the situation that we are.
And I think you all, we hear what you're saying about that. I think what I'm trying to understand just logistically how it would work, even financially with the issuance of the bonds, David and Robert. Because if you look at scenarios 1 and 3, the percentage amount is really the same in the first year. So is the difference from you all's perspective that the bonding capacity is somehow locking the council in if they do scenario 1? Although we know we can't bind future councils, but would the discussion next year then be, well, we've already voted and it was the type of issuance that we voted upon that's gonna necessitate that they move forward with these type increases over the next few years? Because essentially, if they did 3, they could then come back next year and do a bigger increase than what the 0% is showing. And I don't know if I'm articulating that right, but to your point about them locking in.
That's correct. I
Okay.
mean, the big difference between one and all the other scenarios is the fact that scenario 1 is a program that presents, planned bond issuances and revenue increases over this rate study period to provide or design a plan to meet the $96 million worth of capital projects over this time frame.
And that's articulated in one bond document up front that we've got to.
That's the question that I'm.
Yeah, I
trying to
know.
get to.
That's right.
Well, as you go to the bond market and you show your plan, you will present a 5-year or a 10, in some cases, they do present 10-year plans within bond documents. But the 5-year plan presented in the financial plan or the official statement of the bonds will show the city's intent to continue to fund the program with bond, other subsequent bond issues. And at this time, those are the planned bond issuances to support the proposed program.
Please, Mr.
But on year 1, fiscal year 2018, the 20% increase, you would go to the bond market and do the projects that you can think would be accomplished in fiscal year one for the 20% increase. The second year, you would come back and add more projects for the fiscal year 2019 and increase it 18% to cover those bonds, and so forth on down through the 5 years. Is that correct?
For which scenario are you referring?
If you do one,
That's correct.
then you would for the first year do a 20% increase, and you would fund projects with that bond number, say it's $20 million. And then second year, you would come back, you would vote again, you would increase the rate by 18%, and you'd issue bonds to cover that year.
That's correct. I mean, we've got it built into the financial plan that if we look back at slide 16, we've got planned bond issues. So we've got bond proceeds for scenario one.
Don't touch it, they don't.
19.2 million, which would have to be supported by the revenue increases that we're showing.
Right. So in effect, you could do, if you wanted to be aggressive, you could do the 37% increase on scenario 4 this year, and you wouldn't have to worry about any more. You could go ahead and bond for 5 years for $40 million worth of projects. Because you'd have a 37% increase.
Yeah, but the other $53 million worth of projects doesn't get done.
Well, in year 3, you could come up with another bond if we, let's say, you could do another $40 million issue. You'd have to increase the water rates, the stormwater rates again. But you could get downstream a couple of years on the $40 million and then reissue another one.
I know that, we're dealing with a couple different issues, including not just conservative decision-making in terms of budgeting, but also, I think, a great deal of fear that the future councils want to make the decisions. And obviously, thank you for option scenario 4 as another possibility. Is there an appetite to maybe being very aggressive and looking at something like an additional, and I'm not just kind of casting this out there, but just kind of want to throw it out there. Another $5 added to the ERU. Recognize the fact that, again, the cost of capital is still near historic lows. So we expect construction projects to continue to increase in cost as well. I don't know as an engineer as if some of these if some of these projects are predicated upon other projects being done first, but additional $5 a month now.
That's what you would get right there.
Yeah, $5 a month.
Where,
You go from 932 to 15.
No, you go to 680. We're 680.
You're currently at $6.80
So
in
from
ERU.
680 to 1180, but I hadn't done back of the envelope. But how much more would that produce if we had $5 a month now?
USC is 3,662.
I pay about $25 grand a month. About $25 grand a month. USC pays about $25 grand a month.
Is that all?
That's $250,000.
Wow.
About $300,000 a year.
Oh,
The what would that? Some of you numbers people in here who can count a lot faster than I do. What is that? That's
55 million.
And I'm wondering again a plan that would allow us to come back in a couple of years, and it's a 73% rate increase is what it is. But again, specifically for this purpose, allow us to aggressively wear down this program, allow us to take advantage of the historically low interest rates we have now, and also allow us, if we're able to get the projects out the door, to also capitalize on construction costs being where they are now, knowing they're going to go up over the next few years, and not have to worry about trying to bind future councils, but really stepping into the breach here and just we're Teresa and everybody else staff out regularly, send them text messages with photographs of issues, and now our stormwater now affecting the water and sewer issues. It's great, but it's a I don't think we can tread lightly here, y'all. Let's decide we're gonna make a commitment, and I'm prepared, not to wait to do this every single year. Make a strong commitment now. That might allow us to take advantage of again, low interest rates, and also take advantage of, I think, green bonds, green infrastructure, but also lower construction costs right now.
I think scenario one does that for you. It's just the question of your.
The
But you would
intestinal
have to vote
the
every
intestinal
year.
fortitude of
What
the
he's saying
council
is
had to come
he's
back
doing
every
something to
year.
vote.
And
It doesn't
Make
do
a
that
vote
for
this
you, you're only
year.
doing 20% the first year.
I'm saying if you vote this year to do
Their,
it,
their,
to
their,
raise
their
it.
fear is that council won't be able to, won't muster the support. You're saying we'd be bound, by,
I think you may be. That's the question that I'd love to get some
don't
clarity
think
on.
you can.
Teresa,
I don't
Teresa
think you'll be
K?
bound,
What
'cause
do you think?
Because wasn't there some discussion,
Well, we-
wasn't there discussion last year when we were
Commit to
talking about it?
scenario one.
That we had committed to doing certain projects.
We committed to
and-
consent decree.
Yeah, we were talking about that, and there's still.
I don't know, I'm asking,
Yeah.
because it's almost like,
Question.
I mean, we do contracts over
She was-
multiple years, and then we bring them back for you to endorse or approve the extension thereof. I mean, this is a rate issue, I know, but I'm asking, when you all have done this before, and the bond that we would issue in the first year would be contemplating these increases over the next 5 years. So would it not, I mean, would the city not then be bound by those terms in the first year issue?
Yes, I mean, it depends on how you structure the bonds, because there's a lot of, you could structure the debt service, so it takes,
That's
you
probably a
know,
season question.
builds the debt service over time, and
But you can't.
right now, we're assuming level principal and interest, so
So it
that,
would always have to come back.
right.
I think so, because it's a rate. I was just gonna add, just, also, just for discussion, honestly, right now is, if this is something we're gonna do, it is the best time, because we are still on the heels of these events that the mayor just talked about. And I'll tell you, you can't watch the news 1 week without hearing another heartbreaking story of someone who is still dealing with property damage and issues from the flood or from the hurricane and other stuff. So, I mean, I really do feel like, from, you know, if people are concerned about, I guess, public appetite for this, I think right now, this is the best time that you can really show the public why this is important and where the money would go and how it benefits
I
them.
just wouldn't want you all to do it in a vacuum without the bigger discussion of the challenges we're about to face in the general fund discussion. I'm all for it, but I will tell you, the things we've raised, is public safety issues, I mean, they're real issues, and they're gonna require some
But the
real.
infrastructure's not going away.
Absolutely,
You know, I mean,
I think
that's-
they all work together too, the public safety components, the water and sewer components,
But-
all of it's important, obviously.
I think we have to address each scenario based on its merits.
Certainly.
Mr. Mayor, in order to achieve the savings that the mayor has been espousing here of getting these bonds where they're cheap and all, we've got to do either 2, 3, or 4. If you do number 1, you're going to be issuing those bonds over 5 years, so you don't know what the bond market's going to do the next 5
For
years.
his scenario number 5, I think what he was proposing was a different scenario.
Another scenario, instead of having a 37% increase, have a 50% increase. Go to, I can't do that in my head, 1360.
If you're
Instead of
gonna bond
15, 20, that would be a big charge. But we're spending about $7 million a year now in stormwater, because we spend what we get in from, we do a cash flow, and it's about $7 million. So if you do scenario 4, that's almost a 7 times increase in the amount of stormwater projects that we'll be accomplishing in the city. So that, your neighborhoods will see that. They will feel the impact. It'll take us a little longer to get the $93 million worth of projects done, but it'll be one vote on council that if we all get together and agree on this, can be done. Then the bond can be lit for the 5 years rather than doing it every year.
Why couldn't you do the bond now and commit to the increases all the way through the life of the
I
bond?
don't think you can do that.
My back of the envelope numbers, my finance people need to help me to pay attention, because they can get pretty dangerous. Jeff and others.
Jeff?
A $5 increase would give us probably about 80 million?
80?
on ERU.
It's gonna be about 5.4. There's roughly 90,000. There's roughly 90,000 ERUs. That's what we're looking at.
90.
So $5.
Well, 37% gets us 40 million. A $5 increase is about 73%.
37 is
Increase.
to 932 as
If-
X is to.
Yeah. If 37, if a 37% one-time lick gets us $40 million, then a $5 increase, which I think is, again, is about 73% of,
$450,000 a month,
should give
5.4 million.
40. That's what's in,
Does that include bond proceeds?
it includes the total program, I assume. I assume it includes the total program and
That
like.
includes bond proceeds. That doesn't, that's not the annual revenue coming in. Part of that will be used to pay
Yeah,
for those.
but we're not talking about the annual revenue. We're talking about making a one-time commitment, getting these projects done, taking advantage of historically low interest rates and existing construction costs. However aggressive we can get in using Black and Beach, whoever else, and getting projects out the door now as opposed to later. But if tell me if my math is wrong now. If 37% gives you $40 million, then 73% should give you 2 times that.
I don't know, we'll have to work the numbers. Because
They ain't got a calculator like.
And I assume that the present value of money, I'm not sure, I think 80 million now versus 93 million over 5-6 years is we're getting pretty doggone close to where we're gonna be with our construction escalators in place, and what we don't know is gonna happen, what we do know is gonna happen, the Fed, rates are gonna go up.
It actually can give you
More impact.
when you do it, because what happens is, this goes back to our discussion on water and sewer. We never had to do this before in stormwater, because we never had bonds.
Sure.
Now when you issue bonds, you have to start looking at coverage ratios again. So there's a certain dollar amount above, once you cover your operations and all, that you're gonna get a lot more bang for that buck for issuing the debt. So that's why I can't tell you what the number is. Robert and Dave and others have to go back and figure that out.
Guys, I mean, I know $60 a year is what we're talking about. To address all of the major stormwater priority projects in the city with finality. I mean, I think it's that important though. I think it's that important.
My flood insurance costs $500 a year at the minimum.
Were you down in the swamp?
I'm not in the swamp. That's the problem, is that I shouldn't be flooding. But we're having to continue to increase, and those houses around us, I mean, you're talking about making a major impact here for what needs to be done and needs to be addressed.
What are you proposing? $5 increase over the 680 we have now?
That's one time.
That's 11.
1180.
1180.
It's 1180.
1180, which comes far short. Remember, at the end of the program, we're talking about $15 and 22 cents or thereabouts.
29 cents.
Yeah, so 1180, and we don't have to talk about this again.
That's scenario what? 4?
5.
5, it's not
Scenario
on here.
5.
Goddamn high.
We might have a 5A and a 5B before it's all over, but
Guys, this is.
Let me ask. The staff is saying that the scenario 3 takes care of their priority list.
No.
no.
Not
Not
the
what it
full
says.
list, I mean, it's a bare minimum of the priority
They're
list.
saying that they,
The
based on what
kind
they
of-
thought our appetite would be, they were trying to,
They're responding to our political appetite, Sam, in terms of what the engineering needs are and what we know clearly based on what our folks are responding to every single day, and also the drain that is put in the general fund and the water sewer fund and overtime for officers. Let's have stormwater revenue, deal with stormwater projects. Let's do it when it's thoughtful, it's progressive, it's forward looking.
That's scenario 1.
Yeah.
No,
That's
sir,
the
that's,
but what
No,
I'm
that's-
saying is that we could, if we just did $5 one time, then we won't have to come back in the next several years and deal with this at all.
I know, no general fund, but I'm just saying even,
Tamika, what do you think about that?
so this is stormwater, and then.
When was the last time this was
what is the
calculated, Dana?
proposed for- What's the proposal for water?
Blood and sewer, we haven't gotten to that.
1% increase and do away with the 300 cubic feet free.
Do away with that.
Over, yeah, over.
Do away with
Three-year
that.
period.
I know y'all calculate, when's the last time we physically measured the area? Because they,
It grows every day.
well, it does.
Literally.
It does grow every day, and,
When's the last time we,
we actually have a stormwater, impervious audit that we do for next year. I don't know if
That's
the
next,
budget-
and that's, no, I would say this, just, that's the next challenge, is obviously looking at what benefits there are to going back and all this existing, impervious areas.
Yeah.
And going back and making them a whole lot more green too. So, so taking in tandem, as you were just thinking, Tamika, with, what we're thinking of water and sewer, I think it works pretty well.
Yeah.
Keep working, Mr. Davis, where we got some general consensus here.
So the
What-
top, so
what's
the
your on which option are you?
The top
Option
five
A, five.
top five is USC, us, Richland One, Department of Corrections, and Department of Mental Health.
Those are the top five. Mental health will be Bull Street, so that'll be Bob Hughes.
And then some of that will come on. As he's doing.
181 acres.
Mr. Mayor, can you restate option 5?
It would be a 2018 one-time increase of $5.
You don't have
Then,
the
uh,
percentages,
Go
but it'd be
from-
$11.80.
Say it to 11.80.
11, okay, $5 increase.
And maybe between this meeting or whatever future meeting, looking at, obviously, done a pretty good back of the envelope calculations, what type of revenue that produces. Let's look at prevailing interest rates. Let's look at what we are seeing out there in terms of the increasing costs of construction over time and what we might be able to achieve. Let's talk to Black and Beach and others. I'm curious, obviously, them serving as a force multiplier for us over several years versus, I mean, we'll still have the same, probably substantially the same program, but get these projects out the door as fast as possible. What that does to these numbers, hopefully it helps us still even more. But I just think, guys, I mean, a priority, this is a list of priority projects, and not necessarily a list of prioritized projects. If you're flooding on North Main Street or Beltline or South Main or in the southeastern part of the city, it's a priority wherever the heck is flooding. So let's just go ahead and deal with it. And I think this might be a way to do it with finality, not having to worry about next year, the year after that. Let's make a full commitment to the long-term health of the city without regard to any other issues.
I was just wondering, I'm all in agreement with that. I was just like, Dana, on here, I know that you've got the Department of Corrections, Department of Mental Health. Where's the other state agencies? Are they not in the mix of this? The state of South Carolina.
yeah, why isn't the state in here?
'Cause you got mental health and you've got Department of Corrections, but those are out
State
there.
cannot be small.
Yeah, they can't be under these.
Are they not paying a fee?
Well, they have different departments of like the corrections department, but it might be below this top 20, because I think they have them individualized. Isn't that how Angie has it with their water bill? So, yeah, Jan just confirmed that. So instead of USC is like one bill for all their facilities, but the state is based on each individual.
And you said this number has been verified when? I mean, not a,
Well, we
the
do need to
updated.
do a stormwater audit, which it's been in, like, we'll have a request for someone if they feel like their audit isn't correct. What was it, when it first was, the program was first implemented, they took aerial, and digitized the impervious area, and we'll get requests for them to confirm, and we'll actually go out and field survey the impervious area, but we have not field surveyed all of it. And we haven't done, impervious audit yet.
We got consensus. We got
Yeah.
consensus.
We
We got
just have to
consensus.
get the list of the
We
projects.
got consensus on adding $5 to ERU. You guys take a look at having all those resources immediately and see how we can very effectively back all the priority projects if possible into those numbers. Let's see how it works out. Teresa, and then also,
Dana, we need a full list so that we can talk.
and then also, when you come back and report to us on these revised numbers and how quickly we can deliver on the program, it's also survey the landscape, things that are happening, things that we may already be doing, may or may not be formalized, but other communities are doing too, as it relates to affordability and meeting people's needs. If they have challenges paying their bills, what are some creative things that are happening in Washington or Maryland or there's no rain in Texas, but how we help communities deal with these issues regarding affordability and meeting those needs. I love incentivizing, citizen behaviors, those who are stepping up and help us meet our overall stormwater needs. But other ideas that you might come across.
So your goal is to essentially get the $93 million worth of projects done.
$80 million
You want to
now.
get locked
Let's
into
lock it
doing them now. So when you're trying to get us to back into, it may be the $5 increase, but that's what we were talking about because you're bonding and everything. We need to be doing them in the next 2 years.
Got the money now.
Well, that's,
Let's meet before the Fed meets, and let's meet before Congress messes with muni bonds.
there are some limitations that we have to take into consideration when we're putting a plan like this together. For example, like you already mentioned, you want to improve program management to get the amount of projects out. So there are limiting factors in the amount of money you can get done. You also have to be careful that we can't go out and issue a lot of bonds and then not be able to spend it because there will be like arbitrage issues that you want to avoid because you're issuing bonds and you want to be able to spend it within like a 2-3 year period. So we don't want to, develop a plan that establishes.
Hopefully that's staff, but that's staff and Black and Beach figuring out how to get these projects out the door.
Right, it is a limiting factor that we'll have to take into account. when we're looking at it.
How significant is a potential problem for us?
But you never have arbitrage issues if you have no money.
Right.
All right, let's figure out how we're going to have the capital to actually spend, and then we got to make sure internally that we're being as inclusive as possible and pulling in whatever friends and partners we need to get the projects out.
I just want to be clear, it's a $93 million portfolio, all the projects we've
No.
given
Whatever
you.
$5 increase we do, we gotta figure that out.
Yeah, so we want to figure out, again, my very rough numbers tell me that $5 will get you about $80 million based on these, on these numbers broken down. How do we?
Because I'm not,
How do we
okay,
evaluate- how
we're
do-
gonna
how do-
look, it seems like it wouldn't be much different than scenario 4, that's why I keep asking that question, but we'll check.
Significantly
In
different.
stereo four.
It's two times the amount of money.
Number 4 on steroids.
It's two times the amount of money, Teresa.
In the
So we're
first,
kicking in.
but that gets back to the bonding stuff we're talking about, but we'll put it together.
We
We'll come back.
We got time on our side to get these projects out the door if we want to.
And
No, we're all for getting them done, Mr. Mayor. I just wanna make sure we tell you for sure how we can get it done, and I know we probably have to implement a program manager.
But we got built in here, increased costs of construction and engineering down the road and everything else. There's gotta be some ability to see some type of efficiencies and value engineering on the front end if we know that we have the capital on day one. And just in the interest of practicality, our people need this now, so we, hopefully we'll be doing projects for a number of years, but we need to do as many as we can and get them out the door as soon as we can, with the resources that we have now. So $5 increase to the ERU, and however we need to reflect that formally, since we're not voting that work session. I still think it's a bad idea. If we need to formalize that tonight or whenever, let's do it.
I got it written down.
Just be prepared.
You can make the motion.
I will.
I think we need to put it on the
Okay.
agenda.
Yeah.
I wouldn't just vote out of it. I think you put it on there and at the next meeting and vote it up.
But
Lay you down in
between,
consent,
but-
vote for it right now.
Right, but that's, to me, I think that goes against everything that we've
Yeah.
been saying about transparency and thing. I think
Yeah.
we
No,
put it
you
on
don't
the
vote
agenda.
on it.
but between now
It's
and
on the
then,
agenda for this
yeah.
afternoon.
between now and whatever next meeting is, but let's go ahead and,
So you don't wanna
and run the trap. So I'm prepared to vote tonight. I mean, we've got these different 4 options out there. You know, and this falls squarely within, those 4. Obviously, option, 1 was the most aggressive.
I think Daniel saying what did we put on that we were gonna vote on the option?
Yeah, did we say we were gonna vote on the option
Oh,
today?
I'm not sure. Did we?
I don't think
I don't think we did, that's my
Yeah,
point.
okay.
The 16th is
It
it, though,
says
as
that
far
we
as
will
the
carry
meetings and
forward
ones.
things in the work session to the
16?
evening session.
Yeah, so we can put it on the agenda for the 16th.
But I mean,
Y'all-
I think we didn't tell.
I just want,
people
I
we-
just want, we can go on the 16th, but I just want to encourage y'all.
So consent,
We've got to get this done, y'all. This is not an issue that we can just kind of keep kicking down the road to say we want to save a buck or $2. Let me finish.
We're gonna be
$3
paying
a
more.
month.
we're gonna pay
And
them.
allow people's homes to flood. I mean, just in the interest of basic practicality or even political practicality, we can't continue to go down this road. We've got to make some big changes, and this is a rare opportunity that we have before us. We've got to take advantage of. We've got to make sure, I think you're right on point, Mr. Davis, on making sure that obviously the issue of affordability and people being able to meet these needs, that we have every single option available to us, but we can't allow people's homes.
I think,
Yeah.
yeah, let me tell you,
much
in fact, just this week, just yesterday, some ladies made me come by their house. In terms of just dealing with the, question of affordability, I'm more comfortable also being able to, explain this to the folks. Everybody doesn't have that issue. Everybody doesn't have that problem, unless you're downhill, you know, from flooding and that sort of thing. I want to educate the folks I represent as to why I vote for this. That's pure and simple. And I think the city has a responsibility to do an education piece on this. We've got to justify why we're doing it. Everybody doesn't understand the system and how it impacts them or may not impact them.
The problem is that it is impacting everybody. We are flooding in places that we've never flooded before. Things have changed, terrain's changed, everything about it.
Because of the flood.
Right, and if you look at the stormwater, there hasn't been the will to increase it on a steadily basis. And this is where we're gonna end up with every scenario, is that, you know, you've changed the transfer out of the water and sewer. All right, so you can't, that's not there,
That's
but we
one.
have these issues that have to be addressed that are, I mean, extremely damaged. I mean, how many cars on Whaley Street have been flooded? You know, how many, the wall on Penn Branch is coming apart? You know, I mean, where do we want to, the list just goes on and on and on. And we're continuing to have this damage everywhere. What's gonna happen is the damage that's happening to the rental homes is gonna get passed on because those people, it's gonna cost a lot more than $60 a month. You know, I know it's a tough pill to swallow, but we have got to address these issues. And infrastructure is a part of the basic services and number one thing that we need to be supplying above everything else.
Right.
I know it's a terrible thing, you know, it's awful to look at, but if there's a scenario that gets us the most to get those addressed, I think what you'll see, folks, the relief people will get, the property damage and everything else is gonna be a lot, every time it floods.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah, you're talking about air conditioning units, you're talking about ductwork, you're talking about all kinds of scenarios that just don't ever end. And if you've ever dealt with flood insurance, you're fighting to get every penny of it. If you get it.
Are these priority projects identified? I mean, a lot of folks even look at some of these projects and not know how it affects where they live.
That's what I was telling Dana, that we, I think
available?
we need
That's
to,
what we need to
Available.
do.
we need to have it specific so that we can say, because someone looking at this
Right.
might not know
Right.
what,
MLK.
Sumter and Catawba detention is.
Yeah, that's
But, you know, but if we say Cotton Town or, you know, whatever. we did have very specific.
Near what neighborhood?
Bigger
GI, I
places
guess
like
we could do
State
some kind of
University
GI
share of
mapping.
Let me ask, is it, go ahead. Can't we challenge them? We're paying more. We have a.
I was gonna say, segueing into water and
And the
sewer,
other-
I would just say that the
I'll put it out
capacity to do the scenario you're describing, which we support that, but that is also tied into your water and sewer capacity with the staffing and customer care and the same support staffing, that water and sewer is impacted with, is also impacted with stormwater. So even though these scenarios contemplate more staffing levels and that, we would still have to look at the discussion you're about to go into, would still be necessary as well.
And Ms. Wilson, if I could, and I know everybody has their budgeting and stuff, but I know particularly, most of the governments are in their budgeting right now. We know we haven't voted yet, but if we could have Juana or somebody or you send something and just say, council's contemplating, an increase, just so that they're familiar with it and as they're going through their budget season. Because I don't know if you.
Send it to.
Well, I'm thinking specifically like Richland One, they're
Oh,
going
for
through.
these
Yeah,
account
they're-
holders, okay.
Yeah, they're going through their budget. Richland County's going through their budget. I don't know when USC does theirs, but.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you were referring to other governments like ours going through very similar discussions you all are, because I did put out a Rock Hill article
Yeah, I saw
to
that.
show that, there are other governments our size who are dealing with very similar issues and rate increases as well for infrastructure needs. But yes, we can do that, Ms. Devine. Reach out to these account holders and yeah. I think.
I think we're more concerned with, I'm more concerned with citizens and small business people.
Well, hopefully citizens, it's kind of hard to pull that out, but hopefully through the media we can get that out. But I was just saying for budgeting purposes, because,
Sure.
you talked about what this might mean to USC. If they're in budget right now, they need to be contemplating that as they're doing their budget.
Y'all are so forgiving, but yes, we will help with other people's budgeting.
I know. I don't think-
Discussions.
It helps with ours.
Hey.
No, we just get told the jail fee's going up for 3 years straight. About,
Stop drop-offs?
there you go.
All right.
But we'll do our
Consensually, we
best to
agree.
let them know.
Yes.
All right.
Just need to hold the line. Oh, yeah, I'm with you.
Make it clear, we're not asking permission, we're just.
Letting them,
courtesy.
giving them a head, yes, we'll be courteous.
You have clear direction from council to move forward and come back with that. We, of course, won't be voting on anything until we put proper notice requirements. But we got to hold strong, y'all.
But I think the education piece is
Yeah.
terribly important.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that is important. If we could put something in person's hand, because the rationale for them is that it's just increase.
In lay language, in lay language.
In lay simple English, so folk could really understand why we are doing it and what has to be done down the road. Primarily because it's gonna happen again. And it's happening again in places, and we've got to do that.
Contrary to what some people believe, climate change is real, and
That's
so it will increase
That's
more.
fake news. We got to do it.
It will increase
Now, the
more.
water rates or something else.
Okay.
How, I say the water rates or something else now.
All right, so water and, okay, so Ms. Wilson, water and sewer.
Water and sewer, David, I don't know if y'all want him to jump ahead or go
Okay,
back
guys.
through, jump ahead, okay.
We're gonna have to do it, man.
Jump
I
ahead to
tell y'all,
the scenarios.
I'm for water and sewer, and I'll figure out how to cut general fund.
Well, I need to ask them if they're still gonna need it, mainly, no.
Next
We
week?
keep having all these leaky and
They're not
storms
out
and
of them.
everything else.
Yeah, at 2:00. something change?
No, I guess we were asking, did you want us to bring it back May 9th or May 16th? I guess May 16th would give us a little bit of time to pull it together.
Y'all have, I mean, if it's better for you guys, that's fine, but if it's not, I mean, if you're just worried about us, I mean, as long as we only question was proper notice.
Yeah.
So as
Yeah.
long as it's on our
Yeah.
agenda and noticed for the 9th, that's fine. But, I mean, I know we had the 9th as a work session, we would have to have it as a meeting, because we said we don't vote in work session.
But it says that things discussed in the afternoon will be carried over to the evening.
But on the 9th, we don't have an evening meeting.
I don't think
We just
we're
have the,
bring it back, I thought we're just bringing it back.
Joey's,
I think we're just gonna bring it back.
Do we still need it?
Joe Azar in his
I don't think
newsletter
we're bringing anything back to vote on the 16th.
last
It's just
night.
a matter
Yeah.
of- Or whenever the next meeting, I think it's just, well,
Yeah, they're trying to vote.
yeah, the 16th, I think
Yeah.
the 16th.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, we'll bring it back on the 6th.
yeah, I loved when I was home and I could hear all y'all
Okay.
sidebar
Could you
conversations.
You can skip to the scenarios.
Sometimes I could hear those better than.
Well, the-
You're right on
One
top
thing
of
we
it.
should touch on water
I
and
text
sewer
you?
was, there was a
Howard, remember
question
I
from one
text
of
y'all?
the council members
Text
about
y'all?
the historical
Y'all need to
increase.
quit talking.
Oh, yes.
So, should we wait for the mayor? or-
No, you go ahead.
Okay.
I mean, I don't mean it like that.
Yeah, I think
He's
it's fine
fine.
if you moving on.
Yeah.
During the last session, we presented this slide of the history of the revenue adjustments. And one of the questions that was put out was, what is the impact or the average impact to the typical bill over this same period? So we added to the presentation the results just for your information to answer that question. When we looked at the increases put in place in fiscal year 2008 and the average change to the bill as a result of this history of the increase in the rates, you can see the typical bill went from $37.37 in fiscal year 2008 for water and sewer to $52.49 under the current rates in fiscal year 17. And if we look at that average increase over the 9 years, it's 3.8% over that time period. Now, one
That's
interesting to point out.
Average,
That's right, that's
so
average.
what meter are you using?
6,000 gallons.
We're using
Because this chart looks much different than that.
well, that chart, the first charge, the one charge that is presented is let me go back and make sure. Okay, again, it depends on whether you're looking at inside or outside, but the total charge for Columbia existing.
Yeah, you can't read the 18. The ink's pretty bad on this. That's the problem here. I can see it now that I've magnified it all the way up to my face.
So it is the $52.
Right.
that we're presenting. The one thing we wanted to point out as well is the fact that even though it's a 3.8% average increase, just wanted to point out the effect of postponing or doing 0% and what that does to the one-time increases. So even though it's 3.8% average over this time period, during this time period, by delaying increases or not doing it annually, we ended up with like a 9.5% increase to rates, an 8% increase to the average typical bill. But that's because we had a few 0% increases. But it just reflects the fact or the benefits of compounding, doing regular increases. It would bring those, every other year, 8 or 9% down to like a 3.8%.
Which is interesting when you look at your proposed scenario 1. You have a 0 today, and then it goes, 4, 7, 30. Which, if you just took all that and averaged it out, it'd be about 6.4.
Right.
Which makes more sense to spread it on a consistent basis.
Right. But we are also making up for a 0% in the previous year that it's taken that into account as well. So that was one of the changes we made to the presentation. Basically, we have the same information we had as the last time. We are still presenting the recommended rate increases, which,
Yeah, let's go, where's the, I guess, scenarios?
the scenarios are presented
17?
in 17, sorry. All right. The financial planning scenarios between the two are the same. The only difference between the two scenarios that we're presenting is the fact of at the request of council, we've considered a change to the rate structure or rate. We're only considering a change to the rate, the elimination of the 3 CCF minimum over a 3-year period. And that's the only change between the financial plans that are presented. The revenue requirements and all the cost, the projected costs are the same between the two scenarios. The only thing that happens is by eliminating the 3 CCF minimum bill over a period of time, we generate more revenue under the existing rates each year as we phase out 1 CCF more of the minimum bill. So by generating more under the rates that we have, we can lower the revenue increase that's required for the financial planning period. So that's why you see a difference like 4.75% versus 1.75%. Now, it looks good on this aspect when you do a comparison of the revenue increases between the two scenarios. But the one thing we should really take a look at or be careful of before making the final decision on this is the fact that while it's not a revenue increase, it will be an impact to the typical bill of the customers. So as we are phasing out the 3 CCF minimum and going to a 2 CCF and a 1 CCF, the typical customer will have to pay 1 CCF more every year as the minimum is eliminated. So the impact to the customer is not the 1.75% of the revenue increase, it's more like a 5% increase. And that's presented in the slides at the end. And you can see in slide 26, we have the projection of scenario 1. So this is the across-the-board revenue increase without the phase-out. So we need a 4.75% increase. That's what we see as the impact of the typical bill because it's the across-the-board adjustment to the rates, and it's the same impact to the typical bill. When we go to scenario...
Hey, Dave?
Yep.
Robert here. Can you also talk, Dave, about the customers that will be impacted by that adjustment over the 3-year period as we go about phasing out that minimum allowance? For example, fixed income, and from an affordability perspective, that they're the ones that may see most of the burden associated with the higher bill impact?
Right. We had on slide 14 the estimate of the number of bills that would be impacted or that are within the first 3 CCF. You can see within inside city customers, it's about 50,000 accounts for each increment, rough estimates. Because by the time we go through eliminating the first block, there are 103,000 bills that are 1 CCF and less. But at the 300 CCF, we have about 200,000. So about 1/3 in total of the bills that go out would be impacted by the adjustment that we're talking about. And Robert's right, the fact I'm touching the screen, sorry. Okay. So it's 1/3 of the bills of the overall customers, but as Robert's saying, customers that are at the lower end of the scale are typically the ones that are trying to control their bill and are using less water. And they typically are the customers that are, much more challenged with affordability. And for example, senior citizens are usually much more in the lower end of the scale than the typical residential home family. So to take a look at the impact that these customers are going to see, it's more than the 1.75% that we're looking for the revenue increase. Because of the change in the rate structure under scenario 2, the inside city bill for the typical customer will increase by 2018, we'll see a 5.6% increase. In fiscal year 2019, it's a 13.5% increase, and in fiscal year 2020, it's a 7.7% increase. And this is because you can see the step that occurs. Because we're adjusting, we're starting to build that extra CCF of volume. The 300 CCF customer sees 11.3% increase in that bill that year.
So that's 2018 increasing by, what was that increase?
That's the 1.1% increase.
And 19 is 13. Did I hear that right?
Well, in fiscal year 2018.
2018, yeah.
While the rates that we put in place will only be 1% more, the typical bill will increase by 5.6%.
All right.
So by eliminating the minimum bill, we're shifting some of the increase to the customers where their bill is increasing more because they're within that 3 CCF.
Yeah.
All right, this may be just a total facetious. How do we determine who can and who can't based upon the increase? Who can, I mean, I'm specifically talking about those persons who are senior citizens. Who use a minimum gallons of water. The water usage is lower, of course, than those of us who are a little younger. Is there any way we can determine the usage and that grouping of persons who are going to be hit in a maximum way, but will be using minimal?
That's the previous slide. Go back to the slide.
Go back, let me see that.
12 or something like that.
The thing is that slide only gives you the overall number, and it doesn't give it to us by a type of customer within categories. We would have to, right now, the way we have the customers classified, it's primarily by residential, commercial, and hotels, and the breakdown of inside and outside city. We'd be able to estimate that, but we'd have to do additional information or research in the billing system to see if we can even determine whether senior citizens are identified. We'd be able to do that.
You can pretty well assume that 49,500 customers are probably in the lower income brackets.
Correlation would be fairly high that's the case.
Most
And,
of them
and Dave, just to add, one thing. Based on our experience, we typically see that type of customer, as Dave just described, that reside in those lower blocks, that would require that assistance or would benefit or not benefit from making a decision. So it's really not that we could go in to try and determine exactly how many or who are the exact customers. But from a holistic perspective, you know, we know that the type of customers that reside in those lower blocks are the low usage customers because the mere fact that their usage stops in that block.
But the 49.5 does not represent, that's, I think we've got to understand 49.5, those are not all senior citizens. I'm sure that there are some persons who are probably younger, single, who will use,
Who don't cook and
who
wash
will use
clothes.
and don't cook. I mean, it'd just be helpful, for me just to look at the 49. I can't unequivocally say 49,000 folk are senior citizens and they're gonna be impacted. But there's some segments there that I think we've gotta flesh out. It'd be good information for me. I don't know about anybody else, but it would certainly be good to see if that's available. Because when I looked at the 49,000 folk, I immediately assumed that we were talking about 49,500 persons, grown folks, senior citizens, who find it very difficult at times. But if we're looking at senior citizens, singles, persons in other kinds of situations, it would certainly be good to just have that. For me, it would, anyway. All right. But the ushers come forward.
So we can work with utilities to try and identify as much information we can from the billing system to try and classify that information. But as I mentioned,
Y'all are gonna need a decision from us by next week, which way we wanna go.
Yes.
but as Robert mentioned before, predominantly, based on experience in other cities that we work with, it does, those are the type of customers that are in that, predominantly in that group, so.
Yeah, they're predominantly in that group, but that doesn't mean that group is exclusive. That
That's
group is not
correct. It's
exclusive
not-
of that
right.
category. Right.
That's correct.
So I know I'm missing, where, I guess, the difference in the numbers, and that's in here, where's
The difference in the,
Scenario, the rates, like a clear one chart, the slide that has both scenarios as far as.
for the difference in the typical bill.
Or the rate itself as they would increase.
So slides 26 through 33 provide the typical bill impact for the different types of classes of customers. For the proposed rates under both scenarios.
Okay. That's why I was just looking at a comparison, so this would be the proper comparison. So in 2000.
Increase in the bill.
That was primarily what we wanted to provide the update with for today. I wanted to see if there were any additional questions regarding water and sewer.
After our conversation a few minutes ago on the stormwater, I had thought that I would support the 1% with the phasing out of the cubic charge on water. But I think that is gonna hit people hardest that can't afford it. And I think the 4.75 would be a lot less of an impact on lower income people would be hurt. So I think I would support scenario 1 as being less of an impact, because you're not taking away that 2,000 gallons worth of free water that they're getting right
So scenario one.
now. Everybody in agreement?
Scenario.
Move on to the.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm
Thank you very much for your time and the chance to
Thank you.
provide the information.
You guys have done great work for us too, by the way. Is Robert still on the line?
Robert, you still with us?
Robert, you there?
Robert?
Robert's watching Sports Center.
Yes, I am. I just on mute.
We appreciate it. Thank you guys for the great work.
Thank you all very much and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave.
And in fact, I know I've said this before, but just to reiterate, like Sam was talking about, just education and making sure that we're telling customers and for Ed and Howard, we've got a mechanism on our, a calculator on our website where a citizen can go in and input their stuff. And I remember, I guess, 2 years ago when we went up on the bill and people started calling my office and I would ask them, get your bill and go in and input the stuff. And people, one lady who was irate when she called me, her bill I think went up like $4, $3, $4. And she said, oh, well, based on what the news said, I thought it was going to be X, Y, and Z. And so and it makes it personal if they can actually take their bill and see, well, this is what my bill was for April under this new rate. This is what my bill would have been, and they'll
That's on
be
the
able to see
website
it.
now?
Yeah, it's on there now, Clint. You were shaking your head? Yeah.
What is it?
I think that's, Tamika, that's, that could be.
Joey, it's not on there now?
We've
It's
put the numbers
ready.
in, but we haven't made it live until we know what
Right,
scenario.
what
Yeah.
scenario?
Right.
But if the 4.75 is good, we'll go ahead and make that live. I'll do that today.
Is that, are we safe to do that?
Is it,
No.
is it where, well, can you all give, do we have time for them to give a demo?
Today, I don't, if the
Are you
numbers
able
aren't
to?
loaded.
You're not able to do it?
It's ready.
Because it's not live, you couldn't do it internally. Even though it's not,
Let me
since
make
it's not
sure
live, you
it's-
can't do it internally.
She's got everything ready, but I don't know that, probably can't get to it
Okay.
without her making it live. So,
Okay.
But I can do, we can definitely do that.
And they put in all of the information.
That's part of the discussion, I think.
Well, you don't even have to put
All
in
you
account
gotta
number,
do is
you
put
look at
in-
your bill and you'll say what cubic feet,
You can-
cubic
You
whatever,
can just
and,
put the cubic feet in, your previous and your current, and it'll calculate your bill.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's good to know.
And we were prepared and still are prepared to do that exercise with, as an educational tool for citizens. Whenever you all say you're ready for us to. I mean, we were gonna do some of our workshops as we still have, I don't know when the next, what the workshops we've been doing in the field, but we just did one. Yeah.
I think what would be beneficial is it's great to be able to go calculate your rate. But I think what we ought to be doing is showing people what the money's going to, that this isn't going
Right.
to some slush fund. This is going to hard, and these are all the capital improvements in the 2020 in our consent degree that we're doing. And I think we ought,
Consent decree, all those projects.
I think we ought to list them and show
Right.
people exactly where that money's going, because, you know, we hear all the time about the iron plates in the road, the busted thing. I mean, we are addressing those issues.
That
Now,
becomes
I
part of
do,
our public discussion.
yeah,
for
and I
that.
think, you know, the other question, you know, too, is, you know, making sure that we're addressing those problems within the city limits first and foremost.
well, yeah, but when you talk about water, people outside the city pay that.
Right, but, you know, most of the
My priority
crumbling.
delivery projects, and prioritizing delivery on projects, is what you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, you look at most of the issues that we have are all related because we've been
Aging,
expanding
aging.
and not fixing, you know, our core.
Older part of the system.
Yeah,
The
the
older
oldest
part.
part of the system.
Yeah, right,
Older part of the system.
and that would, they were probably priority because they're older.
Right.
I'm just saying, we have to be careful how we message that, because people outside of the city already pay more, and then when the increase goes up, and, you know, that's where you get folks
Oh, get them all,
upset.
get them all, but in terms of scheduled delivery, I'm not sure.
Schedule, yeah.
The engineers will figure out how to do it, but.
Yeah,
Priority wise,
Certainly.
this probably would rise to the top because of the age of it.
age, just age of the system.
So wait to load the 4.75.
Hey, what?
wait to vote and start educating on the four point seven five?
I mean, I think what Daniel's saying is, don't focus just on the bill, you need to focus on what the money's going towards, but I wouldn't say that should hold up educating people on what it means to them.
Yeah, go ahead and start educating, yeah.
Yeah.
We just, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think
We
people
just
just
didn't
wanna
wanna
know.
put that out there and that ended up not being what scenario. So thank you.
People want us to invest in basic services, y'all. People will pay for a smart investment in basic services. Let's give them an investment in basic services. Is that a perfect nexus to the police department?
It really
presentation?
is.
I figured it was.
Let's move
So
forward.
let's move forward.
Thank you both.
Where do you go?
Let me ask Joe.
Okay.
He went to get his bulletproof vest.
No, I had told, Missy to give an overview first with general fund, but maybe, I do want the chief to roll back through his presentation or some parts thereof from last week, just to tee back up that discussion. So, might be better for him to just do that. Or whatever, not the
Daniel, sort of get at what you were saying. I just asked Joey if perhaps when that broader concept is placed on the website, that we also include a pie chart. Kind of say what's being done, how much we're spending,
And where it's going.
and where it's going.
I think
He
it's,
said he could,
I'm sorry. The story to be told is a good story, y'all.
we say,
The story to be told is a good story. I mean, you just gotta put it out there.
Yeah, you gotta
in
educate.
digestible pieces in a very,
what do we hear every day?
Yeah.
Crumbling infrastructure.
yeah, that's what, yeah, and it's not the fact of the matter. We're making those investments, but people don't get it. God bless PR. I mean,
So,
but
moving
you
into,
gotta get it out there. Please.
we're gonna move into the general fund discussion, Mr. Mayor, as you so eloquently teed it up for us. And we do have, some overarching slides we need to go through. But what I wanted to do, as we're trying to get the general fund in balance, having reduced the deficit from 7.9 million that we showed you last budget workshop to 2.5 million. And there's several things we've been able to accomplish, but just still not quite there. So in the spirit of giving all the presentations first, then we'll delve into how we've gotten it in balance, what's proposed as of today, and a couple other assumptions and options that you all could look at. But one of those presentations had to do with the retention plans for police and fire. As we noted last week, there's less of an issue with fire because the starting salary is still on market, on trend. That's not the case with police, and so I did want to give the chief the opportunity to run back through a few of his slides.
Thank you for the opportunity to share this again. And again, I guess the purpose is just to respectfully represent some of the what I feel like is urgency that is worthy of your all's attention. Instead of getting back into the narrative and stuff, I want to give you some real quick bullet points for reference. In 2014, which was the year I got here, we had 347 police officers, sworn officers. And over the course of the next 2 years, through incentive plans and recruitment initiatives and quite a bit of investment in our employees, we went from about 45 applications to over 1,000, resulted in us hiring quite a few people. And over the course of 15 and 16, we hired 95 officers, but the telling number here, and it's really the focus of this discussion, is we lost 92, so we're just trading punches. Year to date, at least through the first quarter, we've lost 17. We currently have 70 vacancies, and in our analysis of departures, the leading category is 3 to 5 years, and we know that is not sustainable, very cost prohibitive as far as the investment in the training and the employee that we have and the experience and that investment that walks out the door. So, you know, there's several reasons why we can, you know, I don't think you can get past the fact that it's going back to Ferguson, what we call the Ferguson effect. It's been challenging for law enforcement, the ambush attacks that have occurred. It's a tough time to recruit law enforcement, but I think it's a little bit unique here in the Midlands when you consider what we're dealing with as a city that makes this even more impactful when we talk about vacancies and the positions that we could potentially lose. We have unprecedented development, North Main, downtown Vista, Bluff Road with USC, more annexations. The crime picture that we've seen year to date is, I don't like to use the word alarming, but we're not trending well. We've had 7 homicides. The month of April saw 9 people shot, two fatally.
Guns everywhere.
Guns everywhere. We can expect up to 33 retirements in the upcoming year. And we've got agencies that are our comparable agencies, our ones that we struggle competition for staffing with, and this is important. 70 vacancies, 33 potential retirees, and then you've got other agencies that are getting ready to increase their staffing significantly, USC and Lexington County. So we could potentially lose, another 15, 20 people just really at the flip of a switch for staffing. So, we all collectively in this room email back and forth about constituent concerns. There's not a day that goes by that I don't address some issue in a particular neighborhood dealing with staffing. And that's why I think the retention of our employees is we're at critical mass as far as I'm concerned. The numbers, we put together a couple of plans, and staff has worked just phenomenally with us in terms of figuring out ways to implement this. But we presented 2 plans to the city manager. One was bringing us up to market, which we know is a big leap. Each plan is one's bringing us to market in 3% steps for the first 7 years. On year 8, it's performance driven after you hit midpoint. The second one is 3% across the board in the 3% steps, and I can answer questions regarding the numbers if you'd like.
So, Chief, one of the things that I think we need to look at in the future is when we were talking about annexation not too long ago, and the cost of police services, like a property that was being considered for a TIF with 300 apartments.
Yes, sir.
And the number came back as the increase to your budget was only $5,000 or $6,000.
Right.
So obviously our numbers are antiquated because there's no way that the increases you've talked about, annexation, the reaching from all the areas. So as we move forward, and annexation has been something everybody's been talking about, we need to make sure that those calculations reflect police and fire correctly, because there's no way that adding 300 people in the Corps only increases his budget by $5,000. And that's what we've been basing our things on. I think it went to 32, but still.
You're exactly right. You're spot on, and it wasn't necessarily a flawed system anybody was using. I don't think we were communicating the systems that we were using. They were pulling from one place. We pulled from another place. We were applying the same formula was being used, but it was a good catch, and moving forward, both of those departments, I think, are in better communication when it comes to putting a real number on those annexations. A lot of the annexations, at least that I've experienced in the last 3 years, initially it was parcels of land that did not have anything proposed on them yet, so it was a little more tough. But most recently, we have had annexations that there's a specific plan for, and you certainly have your comparables, and you can apply a formula to that, and there's definitely a direct cost that goes to it.
And Miss City Manager, I think one of the things that made me realize that, you know, was it 2 years ago when everybody kind of discovered that West Columbia and everybody was behind on their bills? I think we need to make sure that we go through all of these existing contracts and formulas and everything that we're using to make sure that when we take on a project, a property or whatever, that we're properly vetting exactly what that cost is before we supply incentives or anything else, because this is part of what we're doing. I think it's great that, you know, we've got this growth and this and that, but our resources are getting shrunk. I mean, I think, Jeff, what are we collecting now out of the property tax? What's our percentage?
17, 18%.
17, 18%.
We saw 3% year-over-year growth. I guess we expect 3%. 2.5, 3. But you're right, and just making sure. I mean, you're right. Just want to make sure we stay on point here. Two things: we need more officers, and then we have to figure out how to pay them competitively, so we can continue to compete and beat back some of these attrition issues and competition issues, particularly when we lose a trained officer.
It is. I think we've done an incredible job recruiting and hiring, because it is tough and competitive, and I think our numbers reflect that. But where we should be gaining and moving to full staffing, we're not moving the needle at all, and I think it's easy to get lost in all the emerging issues that we have to deal with as a city when we don't have a crisis, or we don't have a serious event, and what I'm simply respectfully suggesting is that we don't want to wait for there to be a crisis.
No, we can't do that.
And I see some alarming trends, and to me, it's exasperated by our staffing and what our potential staffing could look like if we lose to some comparable agencies.
Sure.
And retirement.
Sure. So what do we do? We got 70 vacancies. Does that money just kind of fall back in the general fund the next year? I mean, is there a way? I know previous salary enhancements you've done existing in the budget. Do those stay at CPD, or they go and nor back to this general fund? It's going to fall back
It's in the fund balance.
The fund balance.
And the
And
truth
again,
was that there's.
And those are obviously those will still be just kind of one-time opportunities. We're talking about long-term, recurring needs, especially if we're talking about growing the force, and then obviously if we're talking about enhancing salary, those numbers are going to go up.
So
but the ability to address those immediate needs with existing budget.
But that's what we did before the. That's what we did. Yeah, we actually used the fund balance. Because we had so many vacancies, that we were able to do that one-time bump up, but that's not recurring, and we've got to make sure we're planning.
Well, there's no more fund balance.
Right.
Well,
You know,
we used
so,
$3 million of it. We moved $3 million of fund balance into this year's
correct,
budget.
correct. And when they are absorbing, as a capacity issue, just with events and staffing as best he can, so overtime is factored in with police and fire, and all of that has been eaten up during the course of a year.
70.
I'm sorry?
The amount of salary and fringe for 70 FTEs is eaten up?
It's not, I'm saying that it gets eaten up that way, not all of it,
Oh, okay.
no, not all of it, no, sir.
How much? How much?
Well,
what were we thinking?
Are you?
I'm just
Are you
thinking.
asking how
I'm thinking.
much?
I'm
fund
obviously all I'm talking about is the stopgap. Stopgap solutions doesn't address the longer term issues that the chief's is talking about. But what kind of resources do we have?
Well, there's not. Yeah, it's just it's not there.
Give
Ultimately,
me a hyper technical explanation.
Some of that vacancy money is overtime, maybe a few other little.
You said all of it?
Maybe not all of it, but the other thing we have to remember, and this is something that
I know and I also know every vacancy is not vacant 365 days a year too, so I know
Well,
that.
we actually count on some vacancies, and we have to, because, and Ms. He's gonna point this out in the presentation later today, we are funding last year 2.4 million, or maybe it was the year before, and we're funding the last couple of years, $3 million worth of fund balance. That's a one-time use of money. If we use it, we don't have it the next year, so staff, Skip, our chief, and everyone else hears me say this on a monthly basis. If you have vacancy money, you can't go and use that for one-time projects, because we need that vacancy money to keep that fund balance amount to roll forward to the next year. So if we enact a special program that eats that amount up, we're done. We will no longer have $3 million to roll forward the next year to help balance the budget. And the first time that happens, we're gonna have a bigger hole. So instead of the hole that Missy's going to show y'all tonight, if you could add $3 million more to that, if we use up all that vacancy money for special one-time type issues. So we have to be very careful on how we talk about using that.
What was your 2.5%, 3% increase in property tax revenue add up to?
What's that?
What does that add up to?
The
Property tax revenue estimate.
Property tax revenue.
Increase, right?
Oh, the increases total, well, we're kind of jumping in tonight's presentation. But
Okay,
presentation,
okay.
but
We can
this is
come
gonna
back.
Go over the increases.
Okay.
We had about 2 to 3% increase in property tax, and 2 to 3% in business license. So that helps cover a couple of things, but there's a lot of different stresses on this year's general fund budget, including one here as well.
Okay, thanks.
Is that the slide? You're not really going slide to slide.
No, ma'am,
Okay. You were just asking,
okay,
answering questions.
So the budget that the manager's proposed has the 3 and 3 plan, option 2.
two and three.
It,
This is what it is.
essentially, I mean, what we proposed is a 2% across the board COLA. So he's really still short a percentage, because, I mean, we're still out of balance. So we were trying to accommodate some type of increase for all city employees, balancing in the fact that healthcare costs and pension costs and everything else. If we started that in January, we could accommodate doing something across the board, and also incorporating the 3% step increase for police and fire starting July 1.
This July.
This July 1. The 3% step increase, but I think what the chief, and I hear him, is that he's still trying to get them closer to market. So we'll get, we're getting them to 2%. He was asking for 3% across the board, to get them a little bit closer.
And if I remember the chart that you
And
had.
his option 1 is what get them to market.
Option 1 was 4 mills. Is that what it was last month?
I can't really, I'm not sure what it equals mills.
Here's this sheet. Now, this is back, you can use this as a reference, but of course, what we've combined to do is not quite what, is what, as much as we can accommodate.
I don't know how we do that. FTEs we have now, 2,300 FTEs? What we at in FTE count?
2,300. It always fluctuates
And how,
around that.
and how many, retirees?
Retirees.
What's
So
our,
what, this year, he said,
what's our insurance carry?
you said 30 this year?
Yeah, how many people are we
Pension for me
carrying?
would be 33.
Right. Total number,
Oh, you're not saying 20.
$5,000.
$5,000 lives, and you count dependents, actives, retirees.
Reduce retirees. The result of the, what, 3 years, 2 years discussion.
That's a
We
different
had benefits
conversation.
though, didn't we?
As far as health insurance.
Yeah, we're still carrying them as is.
We put an option on the table. I think that's what you're thinking of,
Yeah,
Mr. Davis.
okay.
I don't think we've ever did anything with that.
So, back,
So this
so
is just a-
option 1 does the step increases plus the 3% that he's looking for.
His option 1 brought them to market.
Brought them to market.
So that's probably 10% across the
It
board.
is like 10.2
Okay.
brings to market and then it implements the steps.
Right, that's, so brings to
Option-
market and then into the step.
Yes,
Option
ma'am.
2 is just the steps.
Option 2 is 3% across the board and the steps. They, both options have the steps, and that's, again, the steps really is the focus for the retention issue. The 10% brings the entry level to market, and 3% just, moves the needle towards that.
And we're at 2%.
And, one of the things that was brought up at the last meeting for discussion for police and fire was just comparables on insurance costs. There's a lot of discussion that our insurance is, much cheaper than some of our comparable agencies. And I pulled DPS, which is several agencies within the state, Highway Patrol, Transit, and they were at 141 per pay period, and we're at 150 for our, I guess the one most people have for family, and USC's at 141 per pay period, Charleston's at 132 per pay period, and Rock Hill's at 141. So,
And I think what Daniel was saying before, though, and I know that's what they pay, but as far as what's covered, though, because people always talk about how rich ours is compared to others, and I guess they're in the state. They would be in the state healthcare.
This was apples. We literally did apples to apples.
Okay.
We looked at what what bulk of our folks would be compared to theirs. We have more options than some of these other ones only have one or two options.
Well, because that was a discussion when we kept doing healthcare. Everybody was saying that ours was much richer, even richer than the state. And so that's why I was wondering if, although they may pay a little bit more for our option, are they getting better coverage under our health care or not? If you're saying, no, you compared kind of the.
We didn't do like our base and their base. We looked at our core. What's the name of, what's the buy-up? Yes, that's it. And looked at what the equivalent would be for the comparable agencies.
So that's just more for information's sake again, to remind you kind of what the issues really are for PD and what the options are and what we could accommodate as of right now, still out of balance. Any other questions for the chief?
So, I'm sorry, so we're still out of balance by 2.5, and what you have in here doesn't include any of this.
No, it does.
Or does-
It includes the steps and the steps for police and fire. Starting July 1, the 3% steps. And it includes the 2% COLA that, would affect police and fire. So fire's already at market. That wasn't as much of an issue for them. The reason I was having him, remind us of what he presented versus where we are.
Doesn't bring them to market, and it doesn't even give him, he wanted the 3% to
Correct.
get them closer to.
That's correct. But we're trying to phase something in, so hopefully we can, continue to work at it next year. If we can't do more this year, but I do understand the urgency he's facing with not being at market.
We're looking at 2.5.
Right now, that's the gap that we have to overcome.
$2.5 million. So in the general fund. So what in the general fund is not a basic function that we're funding?
Well, if you would allow us at this point to go through the rest of the presentation, I think we're going to probably touch upon some of that. I don't know if there's anything when you start talking about the service delivery that this community is used to that we're funding that we ought to just cut whole cold turkey. But we can have that discussion. I think we have some things we can leave on the table. And
Well, I
got
think we're
some
gonna have to be
slots.
creative, because, you know, the basics are what we're charged with, you know? And sometimes a Formica counter is better than a granite counter.
Well, we'll talk about that, what, from y'all's perspective, is you have an appetite to cut, service delivery wise.
Let's hear Mrs. presentation. I mean, and obviously the issue Mr. Rickman and I were just talking about is, you know, you got HTAX funds growing. We're seeing increase in business license fees. We're seeing property tax revenue growing. We are investing in infrastructure and making proper moves with water and sewer and stormwater. So those are all growing. The problem is what's also growing at a much higher and exponential rate are healthcare costs. But healthcare costs, and we're on a path, and we talk about this every year, it's just completely unsustainable. We could probably be in different world right now if our federal and state and local governments all work together on some comprehensive solutions, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. But a really aggressive and creative look at all the folks who are out there in that space as to how we can very much get those costs down, because that's where we're all feeling the pain.
Well,
Oh, please, Mr. Duval.
Mr. Mayor, I want to commend the city manager on the memo that she wrote for this particular budget meeting. And on the general fund discussion, she lays out how the general fund has been shrunk by $8 million when we took away the transfer from water and sewer, when you reduced the millage by 2 mills, and then I would say in addition to that $8 million, you're losing another $1.7 million because we picked up the Economic Development Corporations in the general fund. So although these things are probably supported by the citizens that wanted us to separate the water and sewer fund from the general fund, it has put a tremendous stress on the general fund. And I think that we need to face up to the fact that it is being strangled by the health care costs, by the pension costs, and by the reduction in the budget because of those non-transfers.
I have to give credit to Ms. Kaufman for her penmanship, but it is a lot of our collective thoughts that went into that memo.
Totally a team effort.
Always give you the credit.
I
But at the
appreciate
same time,
that.
It's her budget.
But at the same time, I think you've got to be realistic about what else is in there. You know, what are we spending money on that maybe we don't need to spend money on? And I don't have an example, but I mean, the reality is that we fund a lot of things outside, you know, and I don't want anybody to jump on the table, but, you know, just sitting here talking about development corps. Do we still need 4 development corps in this city? You know, I mean, when are we going to act like one city? I mean, our logo is We Are One, right? Well, we got 4 development corps. Huh?
We are Columbia.
We are Columbia, which is one, I mean, at the end of the day. But, yeah, my point is, you know, we continue to, we gotta look at it, and I'm just pulling that because it's right here in front of us,
Just
but,
an example.
yeah, just as an example, but, you know,
And I agree with you, Daniel, that
because we got $500,000 or something that we need to go to the Greenway that's gonna come out of the general, and I'm all for that 100% coming from hospitality. I'm telling you right now, I mean, you know, that those are tourist related, those are continuing to grow. We can't continue to feed those. We still haven't addressed issues that we have and how we balance that out, you know, I mean, how we get better functioning and, you know, I mean, just if you look at some of the increases that we're seeing in here, I mean, I just think we got to soul source a little bit on
and I
soul
agree,
search.
I agree with you, Daniel, that if you and I sat down at the budget and we wanted to cut $2.5 million, we could probably do it in an hour. But when you look at the budget for a city the size of the city of Columbia, each one of those line items has a constituency that likes them. And so you cannot willy-nilly go in and delete items out of the budget, even though you and I might not agree with it. It might be somebody else's baby.
I think.
I agree with that.
You know,
I agree with that.
Part of the discussion also includes and should continue to include whether there's a a riding cost on it or not? How smart are we going as we go about providing some of those services?
Yeah,
You know,
I agree
look at
with,
manpower distribution as well. I'm not saying we're not doing that, but I'm saying all of that should be on the table. I think there's some things we're mandated to do. The question is, are we doing it as efficiently
I
as we can?
guarantee you, I could cut $2 million out of the healthcare costs, and I could cut $2 million out of the IT cost in a little bit of time. But both of those have got constituencies that are pushing back. And,
well, healthcare is definitely something that's not sustainable. A $6 million increase, so that, I mean, we're at 30+ million bucks. That's $600,000 a week.
$30 million growing at 8% a year, that's 2.5 million.
Well, this is a
Well,
20% increase this year.
Well, let me, I think, I support healthcare as an incentive. The question is, in my mind, are we doing it, or are we going about it again as efficiently as some other states? I don't know what some other municipalities are doing, but I can tell you what, I support an attractive incentive package for employees. If we want the best, that is an attraction. Now, I don't know. Again, it's been a while since we looked at how we compare with comparable cities, but I'm in favor of keeping it. There's nothing wrong with taking a look at it again.
No, I think the discussion is not about do you have healthcare or not healthcare. It's how do you manage a system and its growth the way we're doing it, and it's not working. I mean, the increase we've had in the last 5 years is unbelievable. And you think about 5,000 people that are covered, cost us $600,000 a week.
$11,000 a year per employee. It's a big number. It's coffee.
But, you know, I think at the end of the day, I mean, I think we're at that stage where, you know, we really need to consider every dime that we're spending in the general fund and where it's going. And, you know, and how to address it. We've got public safety issues. We've got infrastructure, which I think we're addressing. But, you know, the question, you know, do we charge nonprofits a business license? So, I mean,
They don't have any documented.
yeah, I mean,
Well, if they're nonprofit, they don't have earnings.
Well, they're not supposed to have earnings.
yeah, but the nonprofit can make a
Well, no,
pay
you're
a
talking
big
about
salary.
No, yeah, but you're talking about a fee. I mean, the
Yeah, I
business,
mean,
no.
I just, you,
Well, that's part of the discussion we're gonna have in a minute. Innovative forms of things. Right. To get back.
but I think we need to make sure before we go, where I'm driving at is before we go, hopefully we're gonna see where we can save within what we got before we have to go reach out to everybody else. Infrastructure costs and the things that we need to do with water and sewer are critical. We have no choice there. But do we have a choice on, do we need to have, how many groups are we paying for economic development, you know? Do we really need all that today? I don't know the answer to that, but we gotta start thinking that way. Because, you know, we got a whole development office, and then we're paying, how many other groups do you need both, you know, within a county, or, you know, I don't know all the answers, but I just think, you know, we really, before we go property and tax increase to cover everything.
And we've brought some recommendations like that in the past for streamlining some of those groups. I think Mr. Ball probably said it most eloquently, that everybody seems to have a constituency. You know, we can certainly help you do that. But anyway, we'll talk about it.
Sweet.
Well, and the other thing, and I know we gotta get to Missy, I guess the other thing I would say, whether we do a millage increase or not, going back to Howard's point on, you know, where we are now, as opposed to where we were 2 years ago, I know that we talk about it and we try and get that out, but I think we've gotta continue to push that information out and and as, you know, the mayor talked about the other stuff, put it in layman's terms so that our constituency understands, because I think what you get, even, you know, some comments I got, about this train, quiet zone. I got all these comments about, you know, and then people saw the article in the paper, thinking we're about to spend $8 million for this, and people are up in arms about, you know, us doing that versus something else, and I had to explain that's not what we're doing, but the same thing, people want to go on history of the city, or how we're mismanaging, or how we're spending things, and not to say that we may not have things in the general fund that may, at this day and age, shouldn't be, as Daniel's talking about. The reality is, we have come a long way, and the fact that we have cut the transfer, and we're spending, you know, all this money on infrastructure improvements and other things, we've got to do a better job at making sure our constituency knows where their tax dollars and their fees are going.
And we will touch upon that when it comes to the water and sewer transfer that no longer exists, because there is, you hear any manager, cities are still doing it every day. If you put the investment into running a system, there is a formula, there is a reason to have a return, directly transfer that to the general fund.
And I think that's a great thing to be able to go lean on once we have a system that is fixed and running. You know, that's the hard part is you can't win that argument no matter how you look at it if the system's not functioning and has so much capital needs. And that's the struggle. That's why the public and everybody's so outraged over that, is because the system needs to be fixed. And so you can't take money. There is no net return until everything's fixed. And I think that's the struggle.
There's a continuous effort to fix. Even O&M is ongoing all the time. But go ahead, Missy.
I'm so glad everybody's warmed up. These all sound like conversations that staff has been having repeatedly, that we have often, and we'll try to get focused in on. But I think just to piggyback too on several things you folks have mentioned, of course, everything, there's not a silver bullet for what we're addressing. We have to look at this from all faceted. Obviously, healthcare is one of our primary, largest single ticket items. And I want to, but it's also tied to very much what we do with regards to attracting and retaining a qualified workforce to be able to deliver the quality services that our citizens want and that we want to provide. With regards to revenues, we have committed to council in our conversations that we will take a much more comprehensive, in-depth look, and I'm probably jumping ahead to some slides I have in future conversations.
Just in terms of future verbology, it's not a deficit, y'all. You know, this is what we've asked for and what we currently have, you know, projected to have available.
Well, maybe I should.
I'm not talking about you. I'm just as you read this. There's a deficit. There's no deficit.
Yeah, the budget's not in balance.
There's a delta or whatever the other term.
By May 16th, it has to be balanced for us to be.
Yeah.
And this is very typical until we get there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. But hopefully it won't take us that point to get there because we have a lot to talk about. But, you know, in terms of the revenues, we have talked about a comprehensive.
You talk to Sarah often, Mr. Mayor.
Sarah's
learning.
awesome.
She's learned what we mean.
And be able to look at, you know, not just what new fees exist and what fees that we have not addressed or adjusted in a number of years. Although I would argue many of them are not going to be big millions of dollars. They're going to be, you know, smaller items here and there. But it still doesn't mean we shouldn't look at them because that's the way that we also have to look at from a cost of providing services. Those services need to be justified by those revenues that get generated. So we just want to talk about the fact that the budget's not in balance, but Sarah, for your purposes as well, it will be before we end this budget discussions. We just are someone pointing out that we did initially, the shortfall that we had was from 7.9 million and we're now to 2.5. Of course, those we we're able to make that level of effort, reduction and that transfer and that that shortfall from a combination of adjustments to revenues, both on projections. It does not reflect rate of fees. It does not reflect new fees. All it does is look at current projections. And then, of course, also some reductions to expenditures. Of course, our goal is to still meet those obligations that we've laid out, still to be able to try to address some of our immediate basic needs, immediate needs for providing basic services, as well as moving forward on Envision Columbia work plan initiatives. And of course, all of that's being built towards trying to build a financial structure that makes us resilient. Not so just when it's not a matter of if we have disasters and other catastrophes, but when, and so that we're able to move on and keep moving forward. Of course, the reductions we are not looking at taking right now decreases in service levels, but with ability to address all of our immediate operational needs. And I know when we talk about trying to make some efforts and reductions, without having some of those meaningful conversations about what types of services we are willing to address and what type of programs that you want to cut, and looking at the constituencies and stuff going forward, remembering that those are programs that folks have contingencies for, or constituents for, of course, but also, too, that means looking into the employees and the services that we use to provide those services. We have incorporated funding for both the increases in healthcare and state retirement and other operational increases. We just mentioned those two right now because those are our two single biggest items of increase right now. We have still included funding for some of the new and expanded programs. We have brought you budgets each year that still include a variety of either new or expanded services each year. In this case, the annexation efforts, walk bike initiatives, the greenway operations, and the maintenance at major corridors. And of course, this year now reflects the full year funding for the no-kill shelter. If you recall, the budget that was produced last year was for partial year funding. We do include funding for an employee cost of living, as it was been discussed, as well as the step-based pay for public safety retention program. And as the mayor's pointed out, this is just the shortfall we have at this point. It's not the final.
The walk bike, are those the greenway issues, or is that the downtown enhancement? What are we talking about there?
We just tried to incorporate some funding to move forward with various walk bike, support the plan. Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
And in terms, and the she just referenced fire department station improvements, 2 and 11 in particular. We had what, about $500,000 in there? I'm trying to remember. I thought 300,000 or $500,000.
Yes, sir, and some of it's in current year budget that we're moving forward with 2 and 11.
2 and 11. Okay. Okay.
And David, do you remember, Aubrey, off the top of your head, how much? 3? I'm sorry.
500,000. Station 2 replacement. Okay. That's Olympia to keep the state newspaper safe, right?
They don't even own their building anymore.
I know. I hate it too. Okay, and you may be getting there already in terms of state pension obligations. Are we budgeting for which? I guess
the governor's signed the bill.
Right, so we would hope for some type of little bit of an influx if the House version is passed a little bit more, but I think you budgeted off the lesser of the ideal.
Right.
Because we didn't know, so.
We'll know.
Is that the $2.1 million lake, or is that what we expecting?
Is that what's causing it? No.
No, he's asking which of the plans.
How much more money?
I think the dollar. 400 and something thousand. Yeah, the Senate plan, and we have revenues in for 400. I don't remember the dollar amount on the House plan, but it has to do with the fact of the reoccurring costs and the repeated.
They're both reoccurring.
Yeah, reoccurring.
Oh, yeah.
Hospitality.
The difference is about $600,000
Between the two.
more
Okay.
with the House.
Okay.
The difference will be the 400,000 goes directly to the general fund because it comes in as
Right.
the subdivision or local government, whereas the additional, whatever the dollar amount is going to be spread out amongst all of our funds. Because it would be offset, it would be more of a direct offset to the retirement for both water, sewer, general fund, parking, anywhere that we have employees.
Well, we could use it, if it came into the general fund, we could use it also.
But the house plan would be offsetting the expense.
It come as a revenue.
It's gonna depend on how the house actually, are they going to just charge us 1% instead of 2%? Or are they gonna provide funding that gets set out to the employees?
Is that,
And I don't know if anyone.
is that considered revenue or reimbursement?
No, it's a rate reduction.
I thought-
It's a revenue or a rate
I
reduction.
wanna see it show up.
A revenue or a rate reduction.
I wanna see it
It actually
Okay.
shows you.
That show up, yeah.
But that,
No.
either way, we don't get the full value of what's owed.
No, it's gonna cost us 1% at least.
Yes. Well, it was already, the state retirement was already up at 0.5% before the governor passed this bill. And then the PORS was up almost 1.5%. That was before this latest plan with these, reoccurring adjustments that they have planned for the next 5 years. And those rates go up, well, I don't think I have them in here, but those rates go up 1% each year, 2%.
2% year one.
And 2% each following years, right? So just to point out too, the general fund, like the budget, in terms of what we do have included, the revenues and transfers in, 140 million, still reflects 3 million of surplus. So we're already including surplus in this budget. If you recall, when we were going through the fund balances, we did go ahead and set aside, and it's a good thing that we did because we needed it, yeah, exactly. Well, and then it wasn't there in the 15-16 year.
Right.
So just to sort of talk through some of what we did do with revenues, we adjusted by $2.7 million. About $1 million of that came from, in terms of adjustments from business license and permit fees, just adjustments to those projections. We've also increased our indirect cost allocation of $1.5 million. That was based on when the study was performed in 2007, it set forth a percentage allocation by departments. We use those same percentage allocations and just updated the budget, but we have not adjusted that number since it was set 10 years ago.
And the reason that helps the general fund is because other funds pay into the general fund for those indirect costs.
Yeah, these are services that are paid, that the general fund supports, provides in terms of services, but doesn't charge directly to the water and sewer fund. And then, of course, we have made some adjustments for the Senate's version of the bill based on the state shared revenues, which is about not quite $500,000. Yeah, right. So if they come in, even still, it's still a small dollar. And then as far as transfers, we reduced the capital program by $4 million. That's the capital lease program. There's an offsetting revenue and expense for those dollars, so that's each $4 million. But where it saves us is the debt service or the lease payment for that program. So that saved us about $500,000. Then also we did increase the transfer from hospitality tax of $700,000. So that's a highlight of some of the revenue sides of the equation that we have made some adjustments on. We'll get into some of those. We consider to be very aggressive on our revenue collections. If you look back at our prior year actuals compared to budget, we are very narrow in terms of budget to actual. So we are, which is a good thing, in the sense that means that we are being fair and honest with our assessments and being able to not overburden by raising rates and stuff according to anything other than that. That's what the revenues are generating. But in this case, we are getting pretty aggressive. Our property taxes, we've estimated a 2.5% increase, which is $1.3 million in revenues. As we forecast that out, even still, as much as we can project that out, $1.3 million, as you can see, barely covers what we are predicting in terms of just ongoing expense increases in our budget.
Is that the fines and forfeitures have caught my attention? They're very low. Does that include the parking meter fines or just police?
No, that's everything generated by municipal court. Parking is all in the parking fund, so that's nothing. Yeah, it's less than $1 million now.
And 5 years?
It's 3 years of actuals and 1 year budget and 1 year projected.
Where's the chief?
That's
That's not
function of
chief.
the chief. That's a whole nother, that's not the chief.
That's not the
issue.
chief.
That's a whole nother discussion we raise every year.
And I do have some information about those, but otherwise, yeah, some of that is though about ability to be able to do some policing or some traffic enforcement efforts, but not significant. The other is the business license and permits. We have made some adjustments there. Right now, fortunately, we are in a good environment or a good economy, so that's helping with regards to our revenues from both business license and those things that are impacted by the economy the most. Permits are a little different, but otherwise our business licenses, we are seeing some increases. Of course, the charges for services is where you see the increase in the indirect cost. Overall, the budget for revenues, we're projecting, if we look at just revenues, we're projecting an increase of about $5 million, which is about 4%. Again, that's fairly aggressive, but even at that $5 million and 4% growth, it still is not fully sufficient to cover where we're seeing increases in cost of operations for the general fund. And as we've shown it's not shown here, but we've shown you in the past, that we've come a lot less reliant on transfers. However, it's also impacting our revenues. So our current millage rate is at 96.1. The property tax bill that property owners in the city see, less than 20% of your total tax bill goes towards the city. It's not even 20% of the property tax bill. Your last millage increase was in 2008, 2009, it was 3.8 mills. And in 2014-15, you did a reduction of 2 mills from the property tax rolls. We estimate each mill generates about $560,000, and that's based on 98% collection. So we're looking at it from a most favorable point of view in the sense that being aggressive with the collections as well. We are seeing some increases in the assessed values as we go forward. That's always a good sign. Of course, it's not, we'd like to see it quicker, but right now, we're glad to see growth at all, which is a good thing. And it takes about $10 million of assessed values to generate $961,000 in revenues. If you looking back at prior year growth averages, the past 2 years is where we see the most growth. But of course, 5 and 10 years ago, which of course the economy was looking a lot different then. And that was also during the era of Act 388 too, is that you can see still the impacts of the Act 388 on our assessed values. Or our reassessments actually are not included in this mix. Any questions about our millage discussions? This is a hard chart to see. This is mostly just sort of demonstrating where we look at what those assessed values actually translate to in terms of property taxes. In terms of looking at, of course, this is looking at a minimal rate of growth based on, we just took the 5-year rate of growth. If we looked at it from the 2-year average, it would be a different projection. If we looked at it from the 10-year, that would also be a different rate of growth. Part of the point of showing here is that even with those growth numbers, over at the far right column, you can see that we're projecting, anywhere from 1.3 down to less than $1 million in terms of revenues that come in. Of course, that's all based on what we're seeing right now. That doesn't take into account new things or new construction coming on board, beyond what we have, what we can foresee right now. So of course, we're a little more optimistic than what this chart would generate, but at this point, it's to provide some anecdotal information with regards to where we're seeing our revenue from property taxes. Also to point out, property taxes generate about $56 million or $52 million out of a total $140 million budget. So we're not fully reliant on our property taxes as a revenue stream anymore. Overall, the proposed budget for departments totals, that would be 121 million. That's an increase of 5.1. Most departments' budgets, pretty much the majority of the increases in departments' budgets are reflective of the healthcare cost and retirement. There are a few departments that have some new or expanded service programs, as we've talked about, the greenways, the maintenance program, walk bike, annexation, and we'll point out a few more of those as we go along. Non-departmentals total 6.8 million. That's an increase of 1.7. Some of that is based on our lease service, our lease purchase, capital lease program, is where some of those increases are for. And then transfers out is 14.6. That's a decrease of 2.5. That's really a net decrease. That's really because of the reflection of the $4 million reduction in the capital lease program. And then our budget total at this point is 143 million. But of course, that number will change. It's not final. We still have more work to do in order of getting the budget in balance. But it reflects a net increase of 4.3 million or 3%.
Missy, one of the things you reduced, you went from 8 million in lease purchase program to 4 million.
Yes.
What is that? What is that $4 million of things that we're not going to get?
I don't have the list in front of me, but it will definitely impact the replacement schedule for our rolling stock primarily, which is what those funds are for. We are still making sure we look at our police and fire equipment, but we can provide you with more information about what we would have to make a reduction for.
What I'm worried about is we're saving that $4 million this year, but it's going to compound itself
with a price.
in future years when those cars are going off the road.
And it has we've done this one other time, and we've had to catch up with it. That's why it was up to like an $8 million. We also though can look at what we have savings from prior years, so it may not be that we end up having only 4 million. We may have we will have, if we have any savings, but a lot of that depends on the fact that the way the lease is structured in terms of whether or not we can use any surpluses. It takes quite an act of Congress. I mean, head shaking no surplus there, so. Okay. So in terms of the general fund, what we've done with regards to helping to close that gap of 7.9 down to 2.5, of course, we have a number of departments that we've reduced budgets, and that was about 2.5 million of the reductions. We reduced funding from community promotions by another 100,000, so there's still $150,000 reflected in the budget for community promotions. A majority of the community promotion spending this year came from surplus and after budget allocations, again from surplus. Of course, the lease reducing the lease purchase debt service or capital lease payments was about 560,000 in savings. We did add back funding for cost of living adjustments in the STEP program for the public safety.
Wait. Okay. So that's down to 560 from
1.1.
1.15 million?
Yeah, 1.1 or 1.2, yeah, in the lease purchase payment.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I guess
You cut that. Please. I guess I'm looking at this, jotting this with your memo.
I'm looking at the memo as
Yeah,
well,
the memo still has,
and I'm seeing, we got a $100,000 increase in planning services. You got a $100,000 increase in council support services. You got a $120,000 increase in public relations. I'm assuming they're all in here according to this memo.
Well, you've got an election coming up, and you've got annexation. The plan and development is probably related to what annexation.
is
and
PR still
bike-
there?
bike
Yeah.
payment,
I'm sorry, the comprehensive plan is due.
Comprehensive plan.
That's a big chunk of the increase in planning and development
Public
services.
relations is PR.
Planning
still there?
development, that's on,
Public
community
relations.
development was a
Was
$100,000
accounted
increase.
for, funding that was absorbed this past year with the Vision Columbia.
Emergency
planning and
management.
staffing and several programming.
Did we move that from somewhere, or did we create a new?
We reinstated the emergency
That's
management.
$600,000.
Some of it is.
Where
new.
did that, where was that before? Because it's not, but it wasn't budgeted previously.
Well, we're standing up the Emergency Management Operations Center the way it should be, with the generator and everything that goes along with it. We absorbed from Mr. Baker's budget, Fire's budget, the initial positions, and some operations costs, I guess. I can't remember what all we were.
Some capital, some operational costs, and then staff. One staff was transferred from fire.
Right. And so the idea, when we were saying we feel like we've been conservative even within the upping the indirect cost transfer, if you look back at it from 07, 08, it had Homeland Security was still being reflected, which we don't have that anymore. It didn't reflect PD or fire operations. I think it reflected fire logistics. So we feel like emergency management standing that up is more than justified. We probably could actually increase the transfer, but we didn't want to do that.
And I'll tell you, I had these conversations with the city manager and separately with just kind of picking Chief Holbrook's brain and Chief Jenkins' brain. Obviously, emergency management is emergency management, but in our case, most of our critical incidents are wet weather events, are stormwater related, and then I believe also naturally play into our overall resiliency argument of our water and sewer system. There's a direct nexus there. That I mean, obviously there are other types of emergency events that would happen, but in our case, the reality is that 95% of the time they're climate related issues. So I don't think there's it's a significant stretch to connect it to both stormwater and or water sewer, because that's where the events are. But also, when we saw the damage to the levee wall, it kind of underscored the importance and the connection of water sewer and law enforcement emergency response to just the overall health and sustainability and viability of the city in general.
So are you thinking that emergency management would be funded in water and sewer, or you're talking about a small transfer?
That's what I submitted to the city manager, both water, sewer, and stormwater. I just think that's where.
That's where we spend all our time.
Yeah, and that's where we spend all the time. That's where we spend the vast majority of our resources, and that's where every single major American city has its major vulnerabilities. And it takes different shapes and forms, regardless from depending on where you are in the country. It's rain here. It's tornadoes, and on the plains. It's forest fires and forest fires out west. Hurricanes here, maybe earthquakes. But there's a connection there that's very natural, and there's a bunch of body of work out there that just talks about resilient cities, and particularly, I'm convinced that our current budget and the strains in the general fund do not adequately represent the real strain that it puts on our police department and our fire department. And the first several hours of the October storms in 2015, we saw 7,000 911 calls. I mean, in our emergency management staff, there's a direct connection.
Right. Which is the only reason, Mr. Rickerman, earlier when I was suggesting the connection is there, I was referring more to this type of connection with the service delivery and transfer. When it comes to services like this, I think what Ms. Devine was saying was that if explained to the public in these terms, people understand that. I mean, there is a real connection between the investment of having the system and the other supporting factors and services that are end up being impacted.
The number in the line item budget that I was looking at had $963,000 for emergency management. Y'all have cut that down to 589 number. Is that where?
You get these.
What's happening? The other point, I'm all in favor of having emergency management in general or water and sewer, but cover that when we redid your organizational chart? We did?
Yes, sir. It falls under, Mr. Baker's, with all the, when we moved all those, operational functions under, yes.
So this is a list of items that we've pointed out are new to the general fund. Internal auditor, the municipal elections, comprehensive plan, annexation, emergency management, we've reduced Greenway operations, Salute and Vista, major gateway. What I don't have reflected there is the Walt Bike, some efforts towards Walt Bike initiatives. Of course, that's just reflecting those things that are new to this year. Over the past several years, there's been a number of new programs and activities that have been, that have added to the general fund, to include, the no-kill shelter, which you've already mentioned. We've opened Greenview Aquatic Center. We've added the code enforcement. We now have citywide security cameras, police, with the body cameras, facade improvements. We've added the development corporations and OBO. We're now funding the Fifth Circuit public defender. That's just a couple of things in the past 2 to 3 years. Just sort of, those are increase with the jail is actually in this year's budget. You're right.
Which, is important to reflect. That's 20% for the last 2 years in a row.
Right. And another every year going forward.
$100,000 more a year.
The
Plus,
jail?
the jail went up from 400 2 years ago to 600. It's going up 100 a year more.
Is that to buy a new bus to drop off more people?
I guess.
Solicitors asking for $400,000.
I saw that.
We got letters.
Solicitor, yes, sir. He asks every year.
We have not reflected an increase, though, in that line. There are, of course, several lines that are still the same. We did leave the public defender still at 100, solicitor is still in at 215, homeless services is still in at 1 million, and then the office space lease is still, it had a slight increase this year as well. So just looking at how our general fund is divvied up, you can see the majority of the general fund budget is public safety. What I don't have is a slide showing you the majority of what we're talking about with regards to expenses is personnel. And a lot of that is police and fire, obviously, as well. We're a service-provided industry. That's what we are as people. There are some, the non-departmental would be, of course, not reflective of personnel.
But Missy, can you, when we do the public hearing, make sure you include that slide? Because
Yes.
it's always good for people to
Absolutely.
see that the majority is personnel. It's not these outside stuff that people think that anyway, you know what I mean.
Yes, we'll try to do some.
And benefits, yeah.
Salaries and benefits.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of that, compensation and retention, of course, as Ms. Benjamin pointed out in one of our previous meetings, the goal obviously is to move forward in implementing our pay for performance program that was spelled out in our comprehensive compensation and classification study, was moving us back to a pay for performance type of system. Of course, this first year, we're going to focus on training folks on the new system and getting folks focused on goals and that development as well. And then hopefully in the following years, what we're looking at is for the pay for performance piece. This year's budget, though, we have looked at doing a 2% cost of living adjustment. Of course, those are just based on adjustments. Trying to keep folks somewhere within the market. If you recall from the comp and class study, it's just like maintaining infrastructure. The more you invest in here, or the lot more you defer, the more it costs you to catch back up, as we can see from other.
I've never heard that nexus before. That's pretty.
It's they are our infrastructure. They're our assets. We.
Okay.
So, and then the comp and class, of course, we partially funded the implementation of that. We did cap that implementation. So, of course, then the public safety retention program incorporates a 3% step program. Okay. Moving on, just some things that we want to keep in the forefront, especially as we continue to try to balance our budget and just keeping us forward as we look at longer term. longer-term impacts. Of course, impact on turnover, as the chief has pointed out to you, and all of our departments could come and talk to you about the cost of turnover and what it does to not just service delivery, but cost of training folks as they come on board. Deferred capital, both whether it's our physical infrastructure with our buildings or our rolling stock. The more we defer, the more it costs to replace and to maintain them and keep them going on a day-to-day basis. Of course, the growth right now that we're seeing in expenditures is exceeding our current revenue projections and our current revenue streams. We're trying to manage the growth of healthcare costs and state retirement. As we've pointed out, we will be bringing back to you folks with the healthcare consultant, hopefully, new ways or being able to address how we manage that growth. But even if we manage the growth within trends, that cost increase on a $30 million expense is still a pretty hefty expense. And of course, we have future obligations as we try to keep before you as well, those things that we commit to today that have longer-term commitments. So as we try to move forward with balancing our budget, in terms of looking at those things that we need to do to balance the budget, in terms of trying to meet the city manager's proposed budget, the way it has been presented, and even though the general fund budget right now addresses a number of initiatives, a number of obligations, it still is not probably fully reflective of all of the things that we would add. We still aren't reflective of capital funding. We're not fully funding some of our retention efforts. And then we also have other needs and requests, as you all know and have seen come forward before you. But as we look forward, yes, sir.
The 4.5 mils, would that take the police and the fire up to the requested levels?
4.5 balances the budget.
Just give you that 2.5.
If we put the 4.5, that's 2.5 million. Would that not give you enough revenue to give both the police and the fire the steps that they want?
It gives them a 3%
does.
step.
Yeah, steps that they want. It just gives you what's in here, though. It doesn't take the police up to market.
3.5.
It gives them a whereas he was asking for 3% at a minimum on across the board increase to get him closer to market. It gives them 2% like all other city employees would get, but it does give both police and fire the steps. The 3% steps would be implemented starting in July.
He's getting ready to. And to point out too, what we have in the budget, the COLA is only implemented in January. Steps would be able to start, it's only half a year COLA. Steps we could do starting July 1.
So I know the chief has the numbers of the delta between the 2% and the 3%. I don't think we can put on the table what would get him to market. I mean, that would be a 10% across the board increase.
Right. And at this point, what we know in terms of the most we can ask for as a tax increase is 6.5. So we haven't put everything on the table with regards to the largest of an increase. 6.5 mils is what we have an estimate on. We're still the estimates on the percentage for property for population isn't out until May 14th. And even if it is, the increase in population has been less than 0.5% for the past 3 years. So it's not much of a.
So what is the 4.5 million on a $100,000 house?
4.5 mils on a $100,000 home generates $18 a year on a $100,000 residential owner-occupied home.
And then I guess the other option y'all have up here is just some additional cut.
What's that?
We've not gone to additional cuts yet.
Well, I mean,
We have the discussion on the water and sewer transfer.
well, I mean, if you got emergency management and you move that, if you use hospitality money to pay for the park rangers and everything, that's 650. So you're already at 1.3 million right there. I'm not sure what
We've
Public
already-
Works,
Yeah.
you had an $800,000 increase. What, is that for equipment?
That's already factored into HTAX.
Yeah, the 700,000's,
transfer
yeah.
we did, that was to accommodate the, greenways and the corridor, maintenance of the major corridors or thoroughfares.
Yeah, so hospitality
Public
taxes,
works.
So that's that, okay. That makes, so
emergency management is staffed.
Public Works, you got capital improvements, or what was that 8 for?
200,000 of it is for the major thoroughfares. Another 200, maybe 300, 200,000 or so is for the moving the full year expectation of no kill. It was implemented this year, but it wasn't full year, so now it's full year. The other is the increase in healthcare. He's actually reduced part of his budget to absorb some of
Well,
those.
he always does. I don't know how he does it anyway. That's why I was just,
He does.
it's just amazing to me.
Yeah, it's state retirement and healthcare. All of the majority, we've tried to pull out and highlight to you what departments have increases that are that are above and beyond their healthcare and.
How many new positions are we adding this year, not out,
None.
the non-essential?
None, except for the auditor.
Well, and then the
And well, the
Well,
animal
one-
shelter.
the
I
animal
mean,
shelter.
Because that was
Yeah.
predetermined implementing no kill.
now the
Are we
the
adding
greenways does
ACM?
include 3.
That's, we absorbing that through this other budget, and it's water and sewer.
Okay, so your increase, what's in your
Is the
budget?
Auditor.
That's all the auditor.
And we funded that partially from.
Yeah, part of it's CDBG dollars
And
because of
councils.
the flood, and then, council contingency moved part of that into that
So,
budget.
which council support services is election, you said, public relations, what was that increase? It's 130,000.
It should be absorbing two positions.
Two positions
that
added
were added
in the current year.
In the current year's budget due to, Envision Columbia, several other programming pieces that were added to her level of responsibility. We were paying them as contract employees.
So now they're
And then there's
actual
some
employees.
actual costs associated with implementation
Contract
of,
employees. And
programs,
public
like
relations.
costs for the programs themselves that were being. And we can look at the programming, if we don't wanna do the programming, that's.
I'm just trying to understand where all the
understand.
increases.
So when you
that-
said there were contract positions, now they're city, they were not getting in
No, they weren't getting benefits.
benefits. So now they're.
Because our benefit package is so cheap to maintain.
It is, which is one of the reasons you and I had talked previously about just having a real discussion for us and for our employees to understand the actual value of the benefit package. And, I know some people rather have the money, but, that it's a cost.
I think Ms. Benjamin's working on that, and we need to ramp up what we talked about in orientation probably a little bit more as well, as far as that value add, but, people look at financially what the cost of them are as well, with healthcare increasing, et cetera.
I noticed in the fire department budget, you had some new line items of totaling $17 million for fire suppression, but you had other line items that had individual stations. Were now zero. Did you put them all together?
Put them back. Put them back into all expression. That was a 1 or 2 year exercise, and
So you broke it out one time, now you put it back.
yes, sir.
Chief Jenkins did a great job of going in since the last, workshop and streamlining as best he could as well. Both police and fire, we had to cut as far as their operations.
Parks and Recreation.
Parks and Recreation, Public Works, the big four.
Planning. So,
And talking about fee proposals, I know that's, we talk about that every year. I really feel like we are at the year where we as staff are gonna have to start this summer and really look at what that would look like. A fair, public safety related fee process, public works, for a lot of our tax entities and others, across the board. But we didn't wanna propose something you just don't throw that up. I know things have been raised about the hospitals or about the university, whatever. It really needs to be a comprehensive look at all these different entities and the service, I think Mr. Rickman brought it up earlier, that we're providing and how much that costs for these various entities.
Y'all actively discussing that now? For
are.
recommendations to us?
Right.
Coming back?
Yeah, not for this current budget, but for the next,
Beyond.
starting in this summer, going ahead, looking at the data so we can make those recommendations well before the new budget cycle starts for 18-19.
Yeah, I think we should.
You already mentioned the public safety fee, and I think that needs to be given a very serious consideration. One that I think also,
What was that, Howard? I missed that.
public safety fee. Another one that I think might need to be looked at is maybe a public safety fee based on on-campus dormitory rooms, of $10 or $20, $50 for us to provide,
You guys share wavelengths over here. He was at $15 a second ago.
I was just saying a student fee, because, for what we get in Fee of Blue, it is not enclosed for all the infrastructure and the wear and tear on all that we do. And it reminded me, because I was telling the mayor, I landed in Dallas, rented a car, and I looked on my rental fee. They charge you $7.50 to take you to the rental car for the bus. No, and then they charge you. No, the stadium is being paid by everybody who flies in there and rents a car. They have a fee on top of it.
So you
and the last one on my list was a business license fee for hospitals based on the private practices that used to be tax-paying, that are no longer tax-paying, that they've absorbed. We ought to be able to calculate some sort of fee.
How about they just pay property tax on that?
That'd be good.
Well, and that conversation came up a couple of years ago. What I would say is, I think it needs to be a thoughtful conversation with the hospitals, and from our previous conversations, they weren't opposed to paying something, but the way it was presented the last time just really wasn't the right way, and I think that if a group goes and maybe talks to them and tries to work out something and brings that back something, we could probably work something out, but, our hospitals are a major employer. They do a lot, and when you think about healthcare, yeah, they have those private practices that are, not paying, but they also are doing some stuff in the community, so you want to
I think for me, it's more that when they own a building and they bought all the practices out, that have now, then you're taking stuff on the,
Off
that's
the
an
tax
enterprise,
roll.
right?
Yeah.
Look, it takes a lot of money if you look at what it costs in the hospital, but I think we have to have a more frank conversation of people that are continuing to grow. The university's growing, government's growing, and a lot of our fees and stuff have been antiquated, and we're absorbing it. And I think to be, fair to the citizens of Columbia, we need to make sure we're looking that everybody's equally participating in some form or fashion, especially when it comes down to these basics. You fire, how many calls you get to the university, Chief? I just think we need to make sure that this is a good time to have a conversation with everybody. How can we be more equitable partners? Because we're interconnected with each other, but, we need to make sure that we're able to provide the services to everybody, and not one group pays a lot less than another group. It's not equitable. But we have to balance it, because if they weren't here and the state wasn't here, then we wouldn't be the city that we are. So it's, it's a double-edged sword in our conversation with each other. But look, tuition goes up because they have increases. You know, insurance is not going down. Our cost of business is not going down. Could you reduce staffing at the city? Maybe, but then you'd have to give up services as well. So, I mean, there's a whole lot of,
And then it goes back to what I was saying before, and then if we make cuts, we have to consider how that impacts our vision that we just, endorsed, and how we're gonna get to where we wanna be in 20 years. And if we make certain decisions right now, we might not make some of those goals.
City manager, is our plan now to vote on these things on the 9th or take them over to the 16th?
I was still planning for the 16th. You know, we've made a lot of progress. I'm really proud of you all. I don't know that you.
I think all you guys are kind of surprised, like, oh, really? Let's keep going.
I mean, lots of great discussion. I don't know that you need the 9th, really. I mean, we can keep working at some things,
but yeah.
give us direction. And
16th is gonna be a long
Oh,
meeting.
Don't take up the table yet. It's a long march to the 16th. Don't take up.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I would keep talking,
Keep the
make
night.
sure we,
Keep it just, you can always cancel last minute. if you
Yeah.
need to.
Shake it, Phil.
Okay. I know your time is precious, and I do appreciate the time you've given us with the earlier starting. It's helped a lot with the workshops. We can keep the 9th for now. I'm just putting that out there in case we don't need it. But I think voting on the 16th is fine.
The 16th
Trails are gonna be in on the 16th.
Well, that's true too.
Nice.
Yeah, our,
You want to vote on the 9th?
I'm not sure we want to take up the budget and water, sewer, and stormwater, and at the same night we're doing Dreer. Really?
well, the 16th,
It's up to y'all.
it's, in terms of what we're doing on the
Want to say
16th,
grace over, don't you think?
That's what I heard.
it's not so much a
Apparently
vote.
not.
Drill
Somebody driving it.
they need, yeah.
They can
I think they're gonna wanna.
vote.
Yeah, I mean, they've given us the nods today for everything else. Looking for a nod on the general fund or some direction, but
We
you
all-
can get a vote. You can get a vote.
That also means, if that's the case, I mean, other than seeing what we proposed, we don't have to. The 16th, if there's nothing else to discuss,
We gotta make some,
It's not what they.
obviously we gotta talk about general fund.
we can bring back the
So their
final
argument
budget.
of not doing
Really,
it
you're not
somewhere else is
voting
because
officially
people
till
gotta
June the
We
6th.
gotta advertise.
Right, but you
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
advertise.
Right, I'll advertise, but we can bring you the budget we would advertise next week.
Just, you haven't gotten complete feedback that helps you close the delta, Teresa. I think we got a bit closer. Let's get pull those up, and I have some feedback too, but I know that every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Right.
Some feedback from you on those. I think we're closer. But I do think, let's plan them let's go with the 9th.
Okay.
We're gonna have to pack a lunch on the
Now, is it-
16th.
Yeah.
What time is it on the 9th that you all said?
We said
2 o'clock?
2, but, does it require a vote?
What,
You
any
just
of
need,
your
you just need
options?
input, yeah, you just need input from us, you don't need.
Right, I just always think you're more, I think some of you.
Right, and the only
wanna-
reason I was asking,
Yeah,
the
have-
only reason I was
It's a
asking is
good
because we
idea.
said we
It's a-
wouldn't vote in work sessions, so
Right.
It's a forum.
it would need to,
I think we're talking about as a forum for final community input, as another week to kind of just float the ideas out there.
On the
Yeah.
9th.
Yeah.
Since you
And
presented to us.
then advertise,
Yeah.
advertise the budget accordingly.
Okay.
Now, I thought there was something on water and sewer and stormwater we were saying we couldn't bring back we wouldn't be ready until the 16th.
Well, we're just bringing back scenario 5. I mean, if we can get scenario 5 ready to show them on the 9th, we will.
Yeah, we can get it ready. Show something.
Okay, we will have it ready.
I know we can.
We have our direction for general fund.
We don't, I think we're close, it sounds like, on general fund, right, Mr. Mayor? And I feel like we've got pretty clear instructions on every other fund, and we'll get clear instructions on the general fund on the 9th,
Yes, ma'am. Hopefully before then.
hopefully before then, even better.
We got.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Alright,
your
we have-
Oh, executive session.
Motion to go into, you wanna read that?
Add one item, Mr. Duval, you still have your sheet.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you,
thank you.
Ms.
Thank you,
Good
Miss.
job.
Good job.
I'd like to move, we go into executive session to receipt of legal advice related to matters covered by attorney-client privilege pursuant to 30-4-70A2, public purpose documents, sidewalk vending, transfer of roads, Castle versus City, road closure, and penny tax project.
It was the one more.
Plus Cumberland versus City of Columbia.
Second. Will you read this question, clerk, call the roll?
Mr. Rickman,
Aye.
Mr. McDowell.
Yes.
Mr. Duval.
Aye.
Mr. Hine. Mr. Davis.
Aye.
Mayor Benjamin.
Aye.
And May 9th, I think y'all wanted a hard stop at 5, wasn't it? I think you said 2 to 5.
Started to?
Yes, sir.
Well,
That's from 2 and 5.
So is we, yeah. So we got,
83% it's not us. They think it's us.
I know.
But it's not us. Joe, is he still growing like wildfire? Everywhere?
Killing it.
Killing it.
Killing it.
Where does he have it?
Added 7 in Virginia. I mean, well, you know, I think they got 35.
The Revenue Bond Act limits us to only 45 acres. But Brent's still gonna give us information on what they did with the 100-year bond and all.
We don't need that.
I don't think it's like.
I would never commit it.
Oh, I would probably give us some stretches, but it depends, you gotta look at, a lot of things. Let's see what information they come out with.
I'll be right back, y'all. As a matter of fact, I will fail weigh in today.